Chapter 395. After sending off Su Len, the staff member of the Adventurers Union took the mission list to the back of the hall and handed it to a one-eyed man. The one-eyed man glanced at it and asked in a deep voice, "What mission?" "Ruins exploration." Looking at the requirements, it should be a large ruins. The staff member handed over the mission list. "Ha!" The one-eyed man sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Ancient ruins exploration. If these ruins were so easy to explore, would we leave them to them? Maybe they're strong enough." The staff member next to him said with a smile. "Then I wish them good luck. Just post it. 2,000 kinnar. This is not a small number. We can earn a commission." The one-eyed man shrugged and handed the mission list back. A few minutes later, an important mission appeared on the mission bulletin board. An A-level mercenary mission might not appear in a month, so naturally, it was hung in the most conspicuous place. A-level mercenary mission. Ancient ruins exploration. Recruiting 200 excavators. Recruiting experienced veterans. The minimum reward is 2,000 kinnar. The reward is quite generous, but the risk is a bit high. 2,000 kinnar. You can take it but not spend it. The mission board quickly attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing that the mission was to explore ancient ruins, many people chose to give up directly. Adventurers and mercenaries who often wandered in the desert knew the risks of exploring ancient ruins. Although the reward was generous, not many people were willing to sign up. There were not many who were sure that they could enter the ancient ruins and come out unscathed. "It looks good. I'm a little short on money now. I can go and talk to him," a rogue hidden in a brown cloak said in a deep voice. 2,000 kinnar. A high-level warrior tidied up his armor and got up to check the bulletin board. At noon the next day, Su Len recruited some people. A high-level rogue, a high-level warrior, and a dwarf heavy-armored warrior. Including Su Len, there were a total of 4 people. As for wizards and warlocks, there were few spellcasters in the Adventurers Union. Moreover, 2,000 kinnar was not attractive to spellcasters, let alone high-level priests and druids. In addition to these 3 people, the 200 workers recruited by Su Len were also recruited. After a simple meeting and discussion, Su Len's adventurer team left the city with a large number of materials on the morning of the 3rd day. 200 workers, 50 camels loaded with goods, and 3 high-level professions, led by Su Len, set out into the depths of the desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. The long team moved slowly in the desert. The speed of the team was not fast. The physical fitness of those ordinary people could not be compared with Su Len's at all. In this environment, the consumption of physical strength was very high. The deeper they went into the desert, the stronger the wind and sand. Sometimes, they would encounter terrible sandstorms. The feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth made even Su Len feel scared. Fortunately, there was a strategic map in the system, which found sandstorms in advance, giving them enough time to prepare and successfully avoided sandstorms. Of course, compared to the sandstorm, the quicksand was also very dangerous. The sand looked no different from ordinary sand, but once one stepped on it, they would quickly sink. If there was no rescue in time, they would soon be buried alive in the sand. In order to prevent people from accidentally falling into the quicksand, the workers used ropes to connect the people around them. This way, even if they fell into the quicksand, they would be held back by others. Su Len rode back and forth in the team. 50 camels carried a lot of materials. The weather was hot, and the whole team was very tired. "Captain, the weather is too hot. We need to take a rest." A rogue who was scouting outside came to Su Len's side and said, "I hate sand." Valadin the dwarf said in a muffled voice. He was a mountain dwarf, 53 years old this year. He had strong muscles and liked liquor. Su Len only used half a bottle of vodka to become good friends with him. Because of the dwarf's weight and armor, it was very difficult for him to walk in the desert. If he was not careful, his heavy body would fall into the sand. Moreover, The iron armor on his body would often have sand get into it. Coupled with the sweat on his body, it was even more uncomfortable for the sand to stick to his body. Sulan looked at the tired people, then nodded and said, "Let's go to the back of the sand dune in front to rest. It can shelter us from the sun. Everyone, work harder. We can rest when we reach the sand dune in front." The leader of the craftsmen shouted. After hearing the voice of the craftsman, the artificial people were refreshed and immediately quickened their pace. The human rogue was called Baron. He often wandered in the desert area. His weapons were curved swords and crossbows. As for the warrior, he was a local adventurer named Jane. He was good at two-handed swords. His strength was average, but he was very experienced. About 10 minutes later, the team came to the back of the sand dune and then began to rest. People took out their own food and water to replenish. Sulan took out the sheepskin map and compared it to see if the team's route had deviated. At this time, some red light spots suddenly appeared on his strategic map. There were about 50 people in the light spots, and they were moving quickly toward their current position. Desert bandits? Seeing the red light spots, Sulan frowned slightly. He did not find anyone watching them in the past 2 days. How did these desert bandits find them so accurately? Screech! There was an eagle's cry in the sky. Sulan looked up and saw a goshawk hovering over the team and then flying away. An eagle! Sulan immediately understood. It was obvious that these desert bandits were using falcons to watch them. If the northern town city could tame falcons, then other people could tame falcons as well. Guards! Sulan put away the map and shouted. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The leader of the craftsmen ran over and asked. "Desert bandits are coming. Everyone, immediately form a circle around the camels." "Craftsmen, go into the circle and hide," Sulan said in a deep voice. "Desert bandits?" Hearing the word desert bandits, the leader of the craftsmen's face changed drastically. As someone who lived in this area of the desert, he was very familiar with the desert bandit style. These desert bandits often robbed caravans. Their methods were cruel. They usually rode fast horses and held scimitars in their hands. Like a whirlwind, they rushed up to kill. Their speed was fast, and they did not leave anyone alive. They also did not negotiate. It could be said that they were notorious. "Get up. Everyone, form a circle around the camels. The desert bandits are coming. Move fast." The team that was resting immediately exploded. One by one, they jumped up from the sand and pulled the camels into a circle. They took out all kinds of bows and spears and were ready to fight. After hearing that the desert bandits were coming, the 3 advanced professionals picked up their weapons and went to Sulan to discuss it. "Should we just run away?" The rogue glanced at the workers not far away and said. As an adventurer who often moved around here, he clearly knew the strength of the desert bandits. Although there were only 40 to 50 of them, the weakest among them was still at grade 1. Among them, the leader of the desert bandits was a high-grade professional. There were only 4 of them. Facing so many desert bandits was simply courting death. As for the workers, they basically could not count on them. No need. Sulan shook his head. After seeing their expressions, Sulan continued, "When the desert bandits come later, you are responsible for protecting the workers. Leave the rest to me." "This." The 3 of them looked at each other. A cloud of dust rose in the distant sky, followed by the rapid sound of horse hooves. Dozens of masked desert bandits quickly approached from the other side of the dune. When they were about 500 or 600 meters away, the desert bandits divided into 2 teams to surround them from the left and right, directly choking off the team's retreat. Kill! The notorious desert bandits did not hesitate at all. Under the command of the desert bandit leader, the rest of the desert bandits waved their scimitars and rushed up. Some of the desert bandits attacked from the side, while the others took out their bows and arrows to shoot. "After walking in the desert for so long, I can finally move my body." Speed looked at the desert bandits rushing up and moved his shoulders. Then, he tapped the horse's abdomen and the Pegasus instantly accelerated. The storm halberd also appeared in his hand at this moment. He's crazy. Seeing Su Len rushing directly to dozens of desert bandits, the other three advanced professionals' faces changed greatly. The speed of the Pegasus was amazing. In just a few breaths, Su Len was about to meet the desert bandits. The arrows shot by the desert bandits were directly left behind. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Su Len waved his storm halberd and instantly cut off the head of a desert bandit. Even the scimitar in his hand was broken into two pieces. The Pegasus' speed did not decrease at all. Su Len waved his storm halberd and rushed forward. In an instant, the halberd swept across. Accompanied by the whine of the horse and the sound of metal clashing, all the desert bandits who alternated with Su Len were cut down one by one. Storm! Su Len waved his hands and the storm halberd was like a wheel. The power of thunder and storm on the storm halberd also burst out. Streams of chi were like sword chi, instantly killing the four desert bandits around him. Then, the halberd was waved again and again. Light blades flew out and directly killed the desert bandits in the distance. Quick, shoot the arrows, kill him. Seeing that his men had suffered heavy casualties as soon as they came into contact, the leader of the desert bandits panicked and hurriedly ordered the archers to focus fire. However, the arrows were useless against Su Len. He waved his halberd and deflected the arrows that were shot at him. The Pegasus accelerated again and directly dodged the sound of the rain of arrows. Then, it quickly rushed to the remaining desert bandits. Seeing that the arrows were useless, the remaining desert bandits quickly threw down their bows and grabbed their scimitars, ready to attack. Just before the desert bandits could react, Su Len had already rushed directly into them like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chapter 396. Clang! Clang! Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing continued. Su Len rushed into the group of desert bandits like a hot knife through butter. One enemy after another was beheaded. Su Len quickly brandished his storm war halberd like a reaper. Every move he made would take the life of an enemy. None of the dead bodies were intact. Wherever he passed, there were broken limbs everywhere on the ground. This bloody and cruel scene made even the desert bandits, who killed without blinking, feel scared. Some of them even turned their horses and fled when they saw Su Len rushing up like a killing god. But how could Su Len let go of these bandits who robbed him? He waved the storm war halberd and three crescent-shaped light blades flashing with thunder flew out in an instant. Half Moon/X3. The speed of the light blade was very fast, and 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The light blade drew a straight line in the sand and instantly hit the desert bandit who was running away. The bandit was cut in half along with his horse before he could react. The remaining two light blades directly swept through the gathered desert bandits. Wherever the two light blades passed, all the desert bandits in front of them were all cut in half. In the blink of an eye, the light blades swept through the desert bandits like plowing through a hole in a courtyard. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the rest of the desert bandits could no longer bear the pressure. They screamed and fled in all directions. But it was too late. The Pegasus was like a bolt of lightning, leaving a phantom on the sand dunes. It caught up with the desert bandits in a breath and was easily harvested by Su Len. More than 50 bandits were finally killed by Su Len. Only 2 bandits who Su Len deliberately left behind for interrogation survived. Swoosh! The storm war halberd pierced the 2 bandits' thighs into the sand between them. The 2 bandits who had already become frightened could not help but tremble. A fishy smell wafted over. Do you want to live? Su Len looked at the 2 bandits and revealed his white teeth. But in the eyes of the 2 bandits, this was simply the smile of the devil. Yes. The 2 bandits nodded repeatedly. Then tell me the location of your desert bandits' lair and where the treasures that you have plundered are. I, Johnson, will spare your pathetic lives. Don't even think about lying to me. I'll make you guys talk separately. If I get a different answer, then I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death. Sulen smiled at the two desert bandits and pretended to say casually, "I wonder how this desert weather would be for drying dried meat. Which one of you is willing to give it a try?" Sir, I'll tell you. I know where Varfa hid the treasure, please let me go, sir, don't listen to me. I'm Vrfa's confidant. I know all of Vrfa's treasures. Please believe me. In order to survive, the two desert bandits scrambled to tell Sulen the location of their nest and their treasures. Sulen smiled as he lifted one of the desert bandits and asked him to tell him everything he knew. Then, he used the same method to make the other desert bandit tell him everything he knew. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Sulen brought the two desert bandits back. At this time, the three high-grade professionals had already ordered the workers to clean up the battlefield. All the war horses and weapons had been collected. Other than the dead and injured horses, there were still 32 horses that were intact. After the battle just now, whether it was those craftsmen or the other three senior professions, they all looked at Suluan with awe in their eyes. Even the loud-mouthed Valadin became more careful when he spoke. "I've found the location of the bandits' nest. It's not far from here. I'm going to make a trip there," Sulen said to the three of them. The others naturally had no objections to this. Then Suluan asked the two desert bandits to take the crowd to the nest of the desert bandits, which was about 30 kilometers away in a straight line. It was a very small oasis. Although it was called an oasis, it was actually a gathering place. There were only a few houses made of khaki-colored rocks in the yellow sand. After entering the room, Sulen was surprised to find that the space inside was very large. It looked like an ancient ruin, but the ruin was severely damaged. Only the underground hall in front of him was left. The temperature of the underground hall was comfortable. There was also a well and an underground river flowing through the well, so there was no shortage of water. This place could be said to be very hidden. As long as the hole was blocked, no one would be able to find it. As long as there was enough food, the desert bandits could live here for a few months. Seeing that there was a water source here, the whole team became excited. They had been walking in the desert for 2 days. When they saw a large amount of water, they immediately ran over to drink and refilled their water bags. After arriving at the nest of the desert bandits, Sulen asked the two desert bandits to dig out the treasures they had hidden here. Soon, a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry was piled up in front of them. After looking at it, although there was a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of them, Sulen estimated that it was worth at most 5,000 to 6,000 kinnar. He did not believe that these notorious desert bandits only had so much treasure. "Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin." The storm war halberds stabbed into the ground. The hard ground instantly cracked like a spider web. The two desert bandits were so frightened that they quickly knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Sir, this is really all the treasure. We didn't hide a single kinnar. Sir, please spare us. We've already dug out all the treasures, all the treasures." Sulen snorted coldly. He reached out and lifted one of the desert bandits up. "All the treasures? As far as I know, you've been here for at least 10 years. 10 years, this is all you've taken? Sir, please spare us. This is really all we have. The rest was given to the nobles in Halta. The goods we robbed were sold to them. The nobles took half of it, and the rest was used to buy food and weapons." Sulen casually threw the bandit to the ground. He knew that these desert bandits were not lying. Caravans would not carry large amounts of gold, silver, and jewelry for trade. These desert bandits must have needed to sell the goods after robbing. Only the nobles in Halta had the ability to swallow the goods. The reason why these desert bandits had been active for so long without being killed was probably because of the nobles' connivance. "Since you found the treasures, you can go now." Sulen waved his hand and said. The two desert bandits' eyes flashed with surprise. They then turned and ran out. However, just as they ran less than 10 meters, 2 arrows flew out in an instant and hit them in the middle of their backs. "You!" One of the bandits' body instantly stiffened. He looked at Su Len with eyes full of hatred, then his body went limp and fell to the ground. What are you looking at? It was Johnson who killed you. What does it have to do with me, Su Len? Su Len casually put away the bow and arrow, then put the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of him into his storage space. 5 or 6,000 kinnar was enough for him to pay the commission this time. After a night's rest in the bandits' nest, the team set off for the desert ruins again the next morning. But this time, there were no more desert bandits. After 2 days, Su Len and the others finally arrived at their destination. There was a landmark here, an obelisk. The obelisk was about 30 meters tall, with a large number of patterns, pictures, and words carved on it. However, the obelisk in front of them was broken. The pictures and words on it had been eroded by the wind and sand. This is it. Su Len looked at the map and compared it with the surrounding environment. He said in a low voice, "Tell the workers to set up camp and get ready to work." Under Sulen's orders, part of the workers set up camp, and the other part began to clean up the sand in the ruins. The ruins had been buried for thousands of years. Su Len did not know the door to the ruins, so he could only clean up the surroundings. The workers took out all kinds of attacks and began to clean up the sand. Because there were 50 camels and more than 30 horses, the cleaning work went smoothly. Be careful, pay attention to the reinforcement. I don't want to be buried in the ruins. The 200 workers began to get busy. It was not easy to find the entrance to the ruins. Fortunately, the leader of the craftsmen was very experienced in excavating these ancient ruins. He knew that there were a few locations in these ruins that had a high probability of being the entrance. The workers began to dig at these locations. Excavating the ruins was not a simple job. Because this was a desert area, if they wanted to dig a passage, they had to clean up all the surrounding sand. Otherwise, the sand would continue to slide down and block the passage. Su Len supervised the workers for a while, then let the others supervise them. He rode his Pegasus and began to wander around the ruins to see if there were any abnormalities. He did not want to spend so much effort to dig out the ruins, only to be picked up by someone else. The sky gradually darkened and the bonfire rose. The workers who had been digging for the whole day returned to the camp to rest and eat. Su Len also rode his Pegasus back to the camp. There were no traces of other people around the ruins. It seemed that after he exterminated the desert bandits, those spies had left. However, Su Len was not careless. After dinner, the workers who had worked hard for the whole day returned to their tents to sleep. Su Len and the other 3 professionals took turns to keep watch. The temperature of the desert at night was very low, and from time to time, there would be gusts of wind blowing by. Lying by the bonfire, he looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky in the desert was very beautiful, there were no dark clouds in the night sky, and countless stars twinkled in the night sky. Su Len knew that those stars were not just stars, other than some ordinary celestial bodies in the starry sky. Some of the stars were actually projections of the divine kingdoms of the gods, so there was a legend in this world that when the stars in the starry sky fell, it represented the fall of a god. Chapter 397. After eating sand for half the night, it was Baines and Jane's turn to keep watch. The two sat in front of the campfire, drinking and chatting. Su Len glanced at them and went back to his tent to rest. The night passed quickly. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the workers were already called to work. The temperature in the desert was very high. If they did a lot of work during the day, it was very likely that they would get heatstroke. Therefore, they had to get up early to work, and then go back to rest when the weather was the hottest. They would continue working in the afternoon when the weather was not so hot. The 200 workers were digging in several places, but after digging to a certain depth, they found that these places were not the entrance. After a day of digging, there were only 2 places left that the leader of the craftsmen had designated. On the 3rd day, the workers continued to dig. When there were only 2 places left, the digging speed was much faster than the previous 2 days. Ah! Monster! Suddenly, there was a scream, and then several professionals rushed up. The workers who were digging on the site ran in all directions, trying to hide from something. For a moment, it was very chaotic. Sullen's body flashed, and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Mummies. It's mummies." A worker answered Sulen. At this time, he was panicking and wanted to escape. Mummies were a kind of undead creatures unique to the desert. Compared to ordinary undead, mummies moved much faster and had high defense. Although the layer of shroud on their body looked tattered, its defense was higher than leather armor. However, they also had a weakness, which was their low resistance to fire. Sulen left the frightened worker and appeared at the edge of the sandpit in a flash. At this time, a mummy wrapped in linen was about to pounce on a worker. This mummy was still relatively intact, but now its body had completely withered and decayed. The skin exposed under the linen cloth was black and surrounded by a foul stench. The bandages wrapped around its body were yellowed, and the shriveled skin clung tightly to its body. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and there were sharp black nails on its fingers. At first glance, one could tell that it was highly toxic. Sulen jumped and appeared next to the mummy in an instant. He kicked the mummy away. Looking at the mummy, Sulen frowned slightly. The kick just now gave him a strange feeling. It was like kicking a hard stone. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The mummy that was sent flying crashed into the sand, but it did not cause any damage. In the next second, the mummy quickly flipped over. These mummies' shriveled bodies contained an astonishing amount of strength. "All workers, retreat." At this moment, a few more mummies rushed out of the hole that had been dug. At the same time, Barn, Jane, and the dwarf warrior also rushed over. After seeing the mummies, they rushed up directly. For a moment, the mummies were forced to retreat. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. A mummy shrouded in the aura of death rushed out. This mummy was different from the other mummies. It had a pair of red eyes and a metal mask on its head. Its body was obviously much bigger than the other mummies. Its sickle-like hands had amazing destructive power. Its body was emitting a strong negative energy. Poisonous mummy. Seeing this mummy, the rogue immediately shouted. The toxic mummy was a powerful monster. Aside from having great strength and the plague effect on their attacks, they also had the ability to revive other mummies. They were very difficult monsters to deal with, and their challenge rating was at level 16. Sulen moved and rushed up in an instant. At the moment when the two sides clashed, the storm war halberd felt like it had pierced rubber. Sulen directly kicked the poisonous mummy away. Sulen frowned slightly. A strange energy wanted to invade his body, but as soon as it got close, it was directly rejected by his body. Don't get too close to Hector. The poisonous mummy can spread diseases. Barn, the rogue next to him, reminded. Sulen nodded and rushed up again. With his vitality, the negative state of the poisonous mummy could not cause any damage. Thunder Spear. The powerful power of thunder and lightning appeared on the storm war halberd. The storm war halberd was full of thunder and lightning, and fiercely hit the poisonous mummy. The power of thunder and lightning broke out, and the negative energy on the poisonous mummy dissipated. Sullen's whole body turned into a shadow, and the storm war halberd in his hand kept attacking. For a time, the poisonous mummy's body was full of thunder and lightning. The poisonous mummy was not slow, and it was not much slower than the average rogue. Unfortunately, it was now facing Sulen, a high-grade legend, and its reaction speed was not enough. The poisonous mummy didn't fight back. After Sulen sped up, the poisonous mummy was completely beaten up. The poisonous mummy was attacked by Sulen more than a dozen times in a short time, but it did not even touch Sullen's clothes. The poisonous mummy was extremely angry, and it roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. While Sulen was besieging the poison mummy, more mummies rushed out of the dug hole. Bane, Jane, and Valadin fought while retreating. Although these mummies were no match for them individually, they had no choice but to dodge the fearless attacks of a dozen mummies. After all, they were not undead creatures like the mummies. After seeing this situation, Su Len could not leave it alone. The poisonous mummy had thick skin, and Su Len could not kill it in a short time. However, the other mummies could not. Fireball. The orange-red fireball quickly took shape, and then flew directly into the mummies that were besieging the three. Boom! With a loud bang, flames rose, and instantly wrapped several mummies around it. The mummy that was directly hit was directly blown to pieces, and the other mummies were also ignited and turned into human-shaped torches. These mummies were like dry wood covered with grease. The flames burned bigger and bigger, and there was no way to put it out. Soon, they were burned into a pile of charcoal. The air was filled with the unpleasant stench of corpses. With nearly a third of the mummies gone, the pressure on the three was instantly reduced. Su Len swung his storm battle halberd again, and the powerful lightning energy dissipated the poisonous mummy's aura. The mummy's tall body kept retreating. Just as Su Len was about to rush up and finish off the poisonous mummy, a thick ray of negative energy suddenly flew out of the mummy's mouth. Su Len dodged it. The black ray of negative energy hit the mummy that had just been burned into charcoal. The next moment, an aura of death erupted, and the mummy that had turned into charcoal was resurrected. Undead resurrection. After resurrecting one mummy, the poisonous mummy did not stop. It was ready to resurrect another mummy. Su Len naturally would not give it another chance. His body flashed, and the storm battle halberd with powerful lightning energy instantly hit the poisonous mummy. The poisonous mummy in front of him stiffened, and then the bandages that were wrapped around its body were torn apart, and the aura of death that was gathering dissipated directly. Su Len took the opportunity to attack like a storm, and did not give the poisonous mummy any chance to fight back. The poisonous mummy kept retreating, and the negative energy around its body was mostly dispersed. Then, the storm battle halberd ruthlessly cut the poisonous mummy in half. A wave of aura of death spread out from the poisonous mummy, and then slowly disappeared. The poisonous mummy's body that was left on the ground was instantly set ablaze. The flames rose as if turpentine had been added, and quickly burned the poisonous mummy's body into ashes. Without the poisonous mummy, the rest of the ordinary mummies were easier to deal with. Soon, all the mummies were burned to ashes. Su Len bent down and picked up a purple crystal from the ashes of the poisonous mummy. It was a high-level soul crystal. Su Len would not mind having more of it. Hathaway was preparing to build an army of golems, and it was just right for her. The battle ended quickly, and all the mummies around were killed. However, there were still casualties among the workers. A worker's throat was bitten when the mummy appeared, and now he could not be more dead. Since he was killed by the mummy, there was a strong aura of negative energy in his body. If he did not find a priest to purify it, it was very likely that he would be resurrected as an undead creature. Naturally, there was no priest here. The best way was to cremate him. After killing the mummy, Su Len called the workers back again. The workers did not run far. The desert was hundreds of miles away, and the workers did not have the strength to run back. After dealing with these things, Su Len prepared to enter the ruins. The workers had already dug out a passage. The ruins were very dangerous, and ordinary people would die if they entered. Therefore, they had to clean up the place first before continuing to excavate. Bane, Jane, Valadin, come with me. The rest of you wait above. There should be a lot of monsters in the ruins. Let's go down and clean them up. Let's go, I want to let those skeletons have a taste of my axe. Valadin said as he waved his battle axe. Bring torches, those undead creatures are afraid of fire. Bane took out a few torches and kerosene and handed them over. We should be the first group to enter the ruins. There should be a lot of good stuff in there. Jane said excitedly. Those who dared to take the risk to explore the ruins were basically here for the treasure. According to the usual practice, the treasures found in the ruins would be divided. Su Len could take a little more, and the others, including the workers, would get a share. It was just that some people had more than others. Hee, be careful when you go down. Don't get yourself into trouble before you earn any money. When the time comes, even if I want to share the treasure with you, you have to be able to get it. Su Len said in a deep voice. Chapter 398. Don't worry, I'm not a rookie. I'm the great dwarf explorer, Valadin. The dwarven juggernaut patted his chest and said, and my armor will protect me from harm. I hope so. Su Len shrugged. Soon, the workers cleared all the sand and stones piled up at the entrance of the passage. Su Len nodded to the three and said, let's begin. After that, Su Len snapped his fingers and summoned a gust of wind that blew into the passage. Then, 10 seconds later, a gust of wind rushed out with a foul and decaying smell. Okay, you can go in now. After the foul air in the passage was sucked out, Su Len gestured to the workers next to him. Then, the workers came over with various tools. Supports, pulleys, ropes, torches, hooks, medicine, bandages. After all the preparations were completed, Sullen's figure flashed, and he slid down the passage with one hand holding the rope. The entrance of the cave was about 10 meters away from the entrance of the passage. After Su Len came to the passage, he looked around. With dark vision, he could see normally in the dark. He did not find any danger in the passage. He lit the torch and fixed it on the wall next to him. Su Len then shouted, it's safe, you can come down now. The second to come down was Bane the rogue. The agile Bane grabbed the rope and slid down quickly. When he was 3 meters away from the ground, he landed firmly on the ground after a light flip. Hey, excuse me, I'm coming down. At this moment, Valadin's voice came from above. Bane took 2 steps back and said, okay, you can come down now. As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow fell from above. Whoosh! Duang! The dwarven juggernaut landed with a dull thud. Damn it, I hate falling. The dwarf in heavy armor shook his head, then grabbed his battle axe and stood up from the ground. His heavy armor was at least 50 pounds. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a height. Buddy, you should be gentle. This is the ruins. Don't wake those guys up. Bane reminded him. However, Valadin wasn't too bothered. Don't worry. If those skeletons dare to wake up, my axe won't mind killing them again. Soon, Jane also came down from above, and all 4 of them were present. Next, the few of them walked into the depths of the passage with torches in hand. There were many well-preserved murals on the walls on both sides of the passage, which recorded the construction of the city ruins. In the corner of the passage, there were many bottles and jars. Valadin seemed to be interested in those jars. He opened them and took a look, only to find that the contents had long rotted, leaving only a pile of black stuff. At this moment, Su Len suddenly heard a rustling sound, like the sound of leaves being dragged on the ground by the wind. Stop! Something's happening. Su Len reminded him immediately. The other 3 immediately moved closer to the center and stared at their surroundings without blinking. However, after a few seconds, they did not discover any enemies. Boss, did you hear wrongly? There are no enemies here. Valadin looked for a long time, but no enemies appeared. Sullen's expression was serious. He didn't let down his guard because of Valadin's words. They're here. At this moment, along with a rustling sound, small mounds of dirt suddenly rose from the ground. In the next second, countless sinister-looking insects with black carapaces rushed out from the sand like a tide. It's the sacred death beetles. Damn it, run. Valadin hates insects. Tens of thousands of strange insects rushed over like a tide. Bane, Jane, and Valadin felt their scalps go numb as they quickly ran back. Use fire. Su Len raised his hand and threw a bottle of kerosene. The bottle shattered and the kerosene instantly ignited. The surrounding sacred death beetles were immediately engulfed in flames. Yes, use fire. The three of them immediately reacted. They grabbed the kerosene and threw it over. Soon, a wall of fire appeared in the passage. The temperature of the wall of fire was very high, but the sacred death beetles didn't have the slightest fear. They directly rushed into the fire. Soon, a series of crackling sounds came from the flames. At the same time, the sacred death beetles also attacked from the walls and ceiling. Although the wall of fire was very big, there were too many sacred death beetles. There were still many sacred death beetles that rushed through the flames. The few of them hurriedly killed the sacred death beetles. However, at this moment, the ground behind them bulged and countless black sacred death beetles rushed over like a tide. Behind. There are also insects behind us. Valadin, who was using his axe to hit the gophers, to hit the insects, turned around and almost dropped his axe as he shouted in fear. It's over. It's over. I can't go back and marry my little Nasha. I won't be able to see her bucket-like waist and that sexy beard again. I'm sorry, Nasha. Valadin said with a sad face. Damn it, why are there so many insects? Kerosene, is there any more kerosene? Quickly throw a bottle over. Jane stepped on a few sacred death beetles that rushed over and waved his hand to sweep away the sacred death beetles that climbed onto his leg. The kerosene has been used up. Bane said helplessly as he chopped 2 sacred death beetles into 4 pieces. He was too excited to throw away the kerosene just now. Get out of the way. Sulen shouted. He turned around and aimed his palm at the tunnel. Burning hand. Scorching flames instantly flew out from his palm and covered the entire tunnel in a breath. The flames wreaked havoc and instantly swallowed all the sacred death beetles in the tunnel. This counts as surviving? Bane looked at the burning tunnel and sighed in relief. The flames burned for close to 5 minutes. The temperature in the tunnel also became hot and the air was filled with a burnt stench. There were a lot of sacred death beetles. After 5 minutes, the insect tide finally retreated. When the black insect tide retreated, a thick layer of burnt sacred death beetles was left on the ground. Pay! It stinks. Valadin stomped a sacred death beetle that was still alive to death. After the battle, Sulen once again lit a torch and continued to explore the depths of the ruins. After the sacred death beetle tide, the group became more cautious. However, they did not encounter any more disgusting insects in the following exploration. After passing through this section of the tunnel, Sulen discovered that the tunnel behind them had been buried by sand. He could only inform the workers above to come down and dig up the tunnel again. Exploration of ruins was like this. Most of the time, they needed to clear the path bit by bit. Fortunately, the tunnel was not buried for long. After half an hour, the tunnel was dug up. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew. Sulen frowned slightly. Some strange sounds came from the tunnel, making people feel creepy. After the tunnel was dug up, Sulen saw the scene behind the tunnel. It was a hall with an area of about 2,000 square meters. The entire hall looked like it had been ransacked and was very messy. On the floor of the hall, there were a large number of skeletons. These skeletons seemed to be divided into 2 camps. Many of the skeletons were still fighting each other before they died. Crash! A sudden sound came from the empty hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, a blue flame suddenly appeared and the skeletons on the floor began to move. It's the undead. All workers, retreat. Suluan immediately ordered the moment he saw the blue will-o'-the-wisp. The workers hurriedly ran back to where they came from. Crash! 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 The sound of bones colliding could be heard. Over 100 skeletons stood up in the hall. The strength of the skeletons was not high. They were only slightly stronger than the lowest level skeletons and zombies. Their challenge rating was level 5. Barnes, Valadin, and Valadin were all high-level professionals. Dealing with these low-level undead was not a problem. In the previous battle, the three of them were unable to use their full strength against the sacred death beetles. However, facing these skeletons, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Valadin was wearing heavy armor. He waved his axe and rushed forward. The attacks of the skeletons could only cause some shallow scratches on his armor. However, every time he swung his axe, he could smash the skeletons into pieces. Barnes and Jane, who were following behind, waved their scimitars and swords. The skeletons were quickly destroyed. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. Therefore, the skeletons were dealt with. The hall was filled with broken bones. After dealing with these skeletons, they did not rest and began to clean up the battlefield. These skeletons were very poor. In addition to some broken weapons, they only had some low-level soul crystals. The quality of these soul crystals was very poor and their value was very low. What a bunch of poor bastards! Jane, who was on the side, picked up a soul crystal and cursed. This hall is a side hall. Look around and see if there are any passages that lead to other places. Sulen said as he looked around the hall. Soon, they found a closed stone door. Rogue Barnes looked in front of the stone door for a long time and finally found the opening mechanism of the stone door. He pressed the mechanism, but the stone door did not move. It should be broken. Barnes said awkwardly. Let me do it. Sulen took a step forward. A light flashed and instantly hit the stone door in front of him. In the next second, the heavy stone door turned into a pile of soft soil and slid down. After entering the stone door, a small room appeared in front of them. There were a few skeletons inside and some gold items scattered around the room. Seeing these items, the three of them were very excited. Fortunately, they remembered that Sulen was the captain. Although they were envious, they did not make a move. Clean it up. We'll distribute it when we get out. Sulen was not very interested in these things. These gold items had been buried in the ruins for thousands of years. Many of them were shrouded in negative energy. Normal people who came in contact with them might get sick. They needed to find a priest to dispel the negative energy or let them be exposed to the sun for a period of time. Chapter 399. Many people explored the ruins and got a lot of treasures. As a result, not long after they came back, they were seriously ill or even died of illness. Then there was a saying that the things in the ruins were cursed, and those people died because of the curse. This saying made some sense. Some items in the ruins did carry curses, but most of them were funeral goods. Most of them were found by Sulen and the others. Because they had been stored in this environment for a long time, they were contaminated with some negative energy. As long as they were removed, they would be fine. These negative energy auras were actually not strong. They could only make ordinary people sick. For professions, they would at most feel some discomfort. Very quickly, the few of them packed up all of these things. After checking that they did not miss anything, they continued to search in the ruins. The area of the hall was not big. Since they found some hidden rooms again, they got a lot of things after opening them. After a few times, they were very satisfied with these gains. But what made Sulen unhappy was that he did not find the battle soul stone he wanted here. There's a passage here. Ban the Wanderer shouted. Suren hurriedly took the others and rushed over. The mechanism of the passage discovered by Bane was still intact. At this time, he had already reactivated it. The group carefully moved forward along the passage. As they continued to move forward, they quickly approached a relatively intact building. There were even some moss-like plants here. There were even a few weak magic lamps on the surrounding walls, but because they had not been maintained for thousands of years, these magic lamps had become mottled. It seemed that they would be damaged with a touch. There were also some broken magic crystals around. They were used to transmit energy. They did not expect that after thousands of years, they were still working. Intruder found. Intruder found. Activate magic energy construct 3. Start charging backup energy. Implement Level 1 Alert Defense Plan. As soon as they entered, a cold mechanical voice came from the surroundings. In the next second, a rumbling sound rang out, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. A 3-meter-tall magic golem made of silver metal walked out. The golem puppet's body was smooth, and the silver metal was very smooth. The whole golem looked like it was made of technology by Sulen. Be careful, everyone. This is a high-level golem puppet. Rogue Barnes said after seeing the appearance of the golem. Don't fight him head-on. This place has been sealed for thousands of years. They don't have much energy left to fight. Sulen reminded. In these ancient ruins related to the Arcane Kingdom, they often encountered such steel golems. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, these steel golems belonged to the city guards. However, although these golems could still move, there was not much energy left in them. Therefore, although these golems were powerful, there was still a way to deal with them. Target found. Lock onto the intruder. Activating Level 1 Defense Alert. Eliminate all intruders. Activate Elemental Fissure Blade. Crack. With a soft sound, Sulen saw some changes in the arm of the puppet golem in front of him. Then, a weapon that looked like a light blade appeared in an instant. Energy blade weapon. After seeing the weapon in the golem's hand, Sulen's expression changed in an instant. This kind of energy light blade weapon was also high-end equipment during the Arcane Empire. This kind of weapon was very sharp. The lowest damage was equivalent to the legendary level. Ordinary armor was no different from paper in front of this kind of weapon. After the light blade weapon appeared, the puppet golem immediately launched an attack. To Sulen's surprise, although the puppet golem looked very heavy, it was very fast. The puppet golem rushed directly toward Jane. Jane did not show any weakness and waved his long sword to meet the attack. Sulen's expression changed greatly. Get out of the way. Its weapon is very dangerous. After hearing Sulen's reminder, Jane's body, which was waving his long sword, changed his posture instantly. He rolled to the side to dodge the attack. The light blade quickly passed over his head, and a scratch appeared on the hard ground as if it was cutting tofu. Jane, who had escaped the attack, looked back and felt a chill on his back. If he had not dodged just now, he would have been cut in half along with his sword. Sulen waved the storm halberd and rushed up. Clang! The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out, and the storm halberd drew a string of sparks on the puppet golem. Bane's figure also moved, and his body flashed to the side to launch an attack. The dwarven juggernaut also reacted quickly. He was the closest to Bane. When the golem attacked Bane, he charged and waved his battle axe at the golem's thigh. It was not that he did not want to attack other places, but that he could not reach it. Bang! A heavy impact sounded. Sulen's attack did not have a good result. It only left some traces on the puppet golem. Chop! The light blade swept and cut directly at Sulen's waist. It was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Sulen's storm halberd swept, and the light blade and the halberd collided. A huge force came from the halberd, and Sulen used the force to gently retreat. The light blade flickered slightly twice, and then returned to normal. Sulen exerted force on his feet and rushed up again in a flash. The storm halberd carried a powerful force of thunder and lightning and stabbed at the puppet golem. The golem puppet turned around, aimed its light blade at Sulen, and slashed directly at the enemy's waist. Clang! 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 The storm halberd and the light blade kept colliding, and every time a loud sound rang in everyone's ears. Sulen's expression became more and more dignified. The golem statue's strength was in no way inferior to Sulen's. After unleashing a series of attacks, Sulen's figure was forced to retreat again and again. The floor beneath his feet cracked, but it was not as if he had gained nothing. One wound after another appeared on the golem statue's body. Even the blade of light had clearly dimmed. Thunder Domain. A powerful force burst out from Sulen's body in an instant, and then he roared to the sky. Sullen's muscles swelled as if they were inflated with air. Accompanied by the crackling sound of bones, streaks of lightning appeared around him. The light blade slashed again, and Sullen's storm halberd instantly blocked the light blade. At the same time, the halberd deflected, and with a sweep, the sharp halberd directly slashed the puppet golem's arm joint. The harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out, and a serious gap appeared at the puppet golem's joint. Just as Sulen and the puppet golem were entangled, the others took the opportunity to attack the puppet golem's leg joints. These experienced adventurers had their own way of dealing with the golems in the ruins. Although the puppet golem's defense was very strong, it would still cause serious damage in the face of continuous attacks on the same part. Beep! 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 Elemental Fissure Light Blade insufficient energy. Turn off Elemental Fissure Light Blade. Magic Construct Guardian, switch to combat mode. Just as Sulen and the puppet golem were fighting fiercely, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand flickered a few times and disappeared. Then the puppet golem's arm began to move quickly, and the steel quickly changed. In just a breath, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand transformed into a metal greatsword. Chop! Whirling slash! After the transformation, the puppet golem's greatsword swept across, directly sweeping away the dwarven juggernaut who could not dodge in time. The magic steel greatsword cut Valadin's body, and sparks flew everywhere. Valadin's body was like a baseball that had been hit, and he flew out in an instant. Even the fine dwarven heavy armor on his body was torn open. If his armor was not strong enough, Valadin would have been directly cut in two. Fortunately, it was the dwarven juggernaut. If it were Barnes or Jane, they would have been seriously injured. It could be said that they were not the main targets of the puppet golem's attack. Otherwise, even 3 high-grade professions would have been easily hammered by it. If the puppet golem in front of him was in its complete state, it was basically similar to a Gundam. It even had energy weapons. Even if it had some long-range energy attacks or energy shields, he would not be surprised. Fortunately, this ruin had been buried for too long, no one maintained it, and there was a lack of energy. Otherwise, the puppet golem's combat power would be even more powerful. Clang! The puppet golem slashed at Jane. Jane's face changed. He held the longsword in both hands horizontally, trying to block the puppet golem's attack. There was a harsh sound of metal colliding, and Jane was sent flying with his weapon. The fine steel longsword in his hand was bent 90 degrees. Jane's chest was hit hard, and the chain mail on his body cracked. His body smashed into the wall like a mural, and then slid down. If it were not for his heaving chest, Sulen would have thought that he was dead. The storm war halberd swept across, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Deep scratches appeared on the puppet golem. The alloy craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire was very strong. This high-level puppet golem made Sulen feel like he was fighting a Gundam. After the puppet golem was enchanted with special craftsmanship, its physical and magical defense was very high, and it was immune to most negative states. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In fact, in the face of this situation, heavy weapons caused relatively higher damage. Sulen dodged sideways, and with a turn of his feet, he had already circled to the side of the puppet golem. The storm war halberd in his hand turned with one hand and slashed hard at the puppet golem's knee joint. After dozens of heavy blows, the metal at the puppet golem's knee joint finally could not bear and was torn open by the storm war halberd. Seeing this situation, Sulen would not miss the opportunity. In an instant, the storm war halberd was brandished into dozens of light shadows, constantly attacking the puppet golem's knee joint. Clang! 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 The puppet golem's knee joint was completely broken. Its body shook involuntarily, and its movement speed was greatly reduced. Chapter 400. The golem's body shook slightly, and its speed was greatly reduced. Sullen's figure flashed, and he had already circled to the other leg. Its leg is damaged. attack the other leg and make it lose its ability to move. Su-Len said in a deep voice. The leg joint was damaged, the golem's movement speed was limited, and its attack was blocked by Su-Len, so its threat to the others was greatly reduced. Slash! Rogue Barnes' figure flashed and appeared behind the golem. The curved sword in his hand quickly slashed at the golem's leg joint. Among the four of them, his defense was the lowest. Like Jane and Valadin, he could still resist one or two attacks, but if he was hit, he would probably be killed directly. The sharp curved sword quickly slashed a few times at the golem's leg joint, and then he didn't have time to look at the result of the battle. Before the golem's counterattack came, his figure flashed and directly fled. After being attacked by Surin, the golem became exhausted. After several consecutive sneak attacks by Bane, cracks finally appeared on the golem immortal's leg joints. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and the ground under Sullen's feet burst, and his body retreated with the help of the impact. At this time, the dwarf Valadin finally recovered, and then he waved his battle axe and rushed up again. Watch me! Valadin's two short legs ran quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the golem, and the battle axe in his hand smashed fiercely at the golem's leg joint. But before he could hit the target, a black shadow appeared in front of him in an instant. Duong with a muffled sound, the next second, Valadin flew out at the same speed. Then he slammed into the wall. Even if the dwarf had a strong physique and well-made armor, he was in pain all over and couldn't get up for a while. Taking advantage of the gap between the golem's attack, Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up again. The storm halberd in his hand carried dazzling lightning and hit the golem's leg joint fiercely. As a legendary weapon, the storm halberd's blade was very sharp, and it could easily cut through gold and jade. Coupled with Sullen's terrifying strength, the golem's broken leg joint could no longer support it. Thunderbolt slash! With a flash of lightning and sparks, the storm war halberd drew a cold light and instantly cut into the leg joint of the golem. Crack! The sound of metal breaking rang out, and the legs of the high-level golem could no longer support its heavy body. After swaying a few times, it crashed to the ground. With one leg broken and the other leg badly damaged, the puppet golem lost the ability to move and could no longer pose a threat to Su-Len and the others. The puppet golem's eyes flashed with a red light. It tried to stand up with its arms supporting its body, but it couldn't maintain its balance without a leg. Su-Len's figure flashed and appeared on top of the puppet golem. He exerted force with his feet and stomped the puppet golem down. The storm battle halberd flashed with a cold light and pierced towards the back of the puppet golem's head. After a few consecutive hits, a huge wound appeared on the back of the puppet golem's head, and the components inside were destroyed. Next, Su-Len destroyed the joints of the puppet golem's arms. In the end, the puppet golem could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Only its eyes were still flashing red. Su-Len moved his arms. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. It's finally dead. Barn breathed a sigh of relief and then sat on the ground. Although he wasn't injured just now, he had to concentrate on such a dangerous battle. This thing is too hard to chew. My scimitar was almost scrapped. Bane said with some heartache as he glanced at his severely damaged scimitar. After all, a good weapon was a second life for a rogue. Go and see how the two of them are doing, and then collect the spoils, Su-Len said slowly after resting for a moment. When he heard Sullen's words, Barnes' eyes lit up, and he got up to check on the injuries of the other two. Although Valadin the dwarf was hit twice, the quality of the dwarf's armor was really good, and his physique was strong enough. Although he was sore all over, his body didn't suffer any serious injuries. The warrior Jane was a little unlucky. One of his ribs was broken. Fortunately, Barn was experienced in setting bones and reconnected his ribs. Su-Len threw them a bottle of healing potion. This kind of beginner potion could speed up the recovery of injuries. Although it couldn't fully recover, at least it wouldn't affect their movements. Looking at the puppet golem in front of him, he was very interested in this thing. Although it was damaged, the design, structure, and components inside were at the level of the Arcane Kingdom's craftsmanship. He would take it back and let Hathaway study it to see if it could be repaired. Even if it couldn't be repaired in the end, he would still get a lot of useful information. If this golem had enough energy and was in good maintenance, its challenge level would be at least legendary, or even high legendary. For example, the elemental Fisher Light Blade. How could an ordinary magic golem be equipped with such equipment? Su Len put the entire golem into his storage space. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough to fit the 3-meter-tall golem. Su Luan looked around and even found the broken zeros of the golem puppets one by one. While Su Len was collecting the golem puppets, the others had already begun to enter the ruins to look for valuable things. After he put away the golem puppets, the three of them came out with a lot of things. Su Len glanced around and pointed at some magic gems and elemental crystals that seemed to have been removed from something. They were quite valuable. After collecting the spoils of war, everyone began to patrol the surroundings. Many places had been buried by sand and stone, but judging from the remaining buildings, even if this was not the core area of the ruins, it should be a relatively important place. Would an ordinary place have such a legendary golem puppet guarding it? Obviously, there must be a lot of good things here. Su Len looked around and said, "Bane, go call those workers and let them come down to clean up. There should be a lot of good things here." Okay. Bane nodded and left through the passage they had come from. About 10 minutes later, the workers came with torches. These workers were obviously still afraid of their previous experience, but they came under pressure from Su Len and the others. "Okay, we have cleaned up here. There is no danger." Su Len comforted them and said, "Clean up here. When you are done, you can get 20% of the things you find here. I'm sure you've heard of the value of the items in the ruins." Su Len smiled and stopped talking. Su Len had become very familiar with the routine of holding a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. Sure enough, after Su Len finished speaking, the workers began to clean up the ruins with all their might. The many torches illuminated the ruins very brightly. Su Len looked around and found that this seemed to be a square. The square was badly damaged and many buildings had collapsed. In the center of the square stood a statue. The statue looked like the image of a spellcaster. It was a very powerful wizard wearing a gorgeous wizard robe. He held a magic staff in one hand and a book in the other. His eyes were looking straight into the distance. However, the statue was damaged. One of the arms was broken, and even half of the statue's head was damaged. Su Len went forward to observe and found that there were some words carved on the stone platform under the statue's feet. It was written in the ancient Nesser language. "Great Pioneer, Teacher, Star Explorer, Suraran." There were some words below that introduced some of Suraran's achievements. Through these words, Su Len learned some of the history of this city. The Pearl of the Crescent Plain, Nordenham. "It's dug, there's a passage here." At this moment, there was a noise. Su Len hurried over. Soon, he saw a tunnel that had just been dug. This tunnel was still relatively intact. Bane carefully held a torch and entered it. "Look what I found!" Barn exclaimed in the passage. Valadin could not help but run in with a torch. "Moradin above, we're rich." After confirming that it was safe, Su Len walked in with a few craftsmen. The passage was not long and was connected to a solid stone room. After Su Len entered, he saw golden light everywhere. It took him a few seconds to recover and then he could not help but exclaim. "So many gold coins." Surin was surprised by what he saw. In this small room, there were 3 chests piled up. It seemed that because of the passage of time, these chests had decayed, so the gold coins in the chests were all scattered out. A large number of gold coins were piled up on the ground, and Barnes and Valadin were holding bags to put the gold coins in. "You guys go and help too." Su Len waved his hand. The eyes of the workers behind him lit up. They had been impatient for a long time. When they heard Sullen's words, Ji Hu immediately rushed up. Su Len did not care about the gold coins. Instead, he looked around the room. In addition to the gold coins, there were many other things stored here, but most of them had decayed because of the passage of time. Su Len tried to pick up a sheepskin scroll, but as soon as he exerted force, the scroll shattered into countless pieces. The other sheepskin scrolls around it also shattered into ashes. Seeing this, Su Len shook his head slightly and then looked for other things. The stone room in front of him seemed to be a treasure room, but he did not know who the original owner was. In addition to the 3 boxes of gold coins, Su Len also found some gems and even a lot of silk. However, like the sheepskin scrolls, they all turned into ashes with a light touch. Basically, except for the metal and gems that were preserved, the rest had decayed and been damaged. Chapter 401. After some inventory, they found a total of more than 14,000 gold coins in this treasure room. Moreover, the gold coins in these ruins were much better than the gold coins in circulation today, both in terms of craftsmanship and gold content. This kind of gold coin could usually be exchanged for 3 ordinary gold coins. The 14,000 gold coins in front of them would be more than 40,000 gold coins after all the gold coins were exchanged. These gold coins would be given out when they left the ruins. With these gold coins, the morale of the whole team was high and they dug with all their might. About an hour later, the workers dug another passage. Unlike the treasure room just now, the passage in front of them was very long and had many gaps in it. Su Len walked in first. After walking in the passage for about 5 minutes, the group finally came out. Su Len and the others came to another area. This area should be the noble area of the city. Although the buildings were badly damaged, it could still be seen that the materials of these buildings were good. Many of the buildings were made of marble. There were many corpses on the ground. At this time, these corpses had become mummies in the dry desert environment. Among these corpses, Su Len also found a few steel golems. The surface of these steel golems was rusty, their bodies were seriously damaged, and their power source had been scrapped. They could only be recycled and sold as scrap iron. At this time, Su Len felt a little uncomfortable and quickly reminded them, "Go back, there is a strong corpse smell in here." The workers at the back immediately retreated. With a snap of his fingers, a whirlwind appeared in his palm. Then, he gently threw it. The whirlwind instantly turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Soon, the air here was replaced. Although there was still some corpse smell in the air, it was no longer harmful to humans. Kacha! Kacha! There was a burst of noise. The next second, the corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. Mummies! Everyone, be careful. Su Len did not care about these mummies. These mummies in front of him were not very strong and were afraid of fire. With a snap of his fingers, a flame flashed. Burning hand. The high-temperature flame appeared in an instant and ignited the resurrected mummies. Then, under his control, the flame flew and spread like a living dragon. In a short time, the hundreds of mummies in front of him were all ignited. Rumble. Just as Su Len thought he could get rid of all the mummies, a few mummies that were burning in the sea of fire were thrown over. A powerful death energy suddenly appeared. Prepare for battle. Su Len's eyes narrowed. He gently waved his storm battle halberd and sent a few mummies flying away. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in his body burst out. Ding! You are affected by the power of death. Your life force is being extracted. Your constitution has passed the test. Extraction failed. Ding! You have been affected by the spirit of despair. Your will has been attacked. Your will has passed the test. You are immune to the effects of the spirit of despair. Ding! You have been affected by the land of blasphemy. You have been attacked by the power of blasphemy. Your vitality has passed the test. You are immune to this attack. Suddenly, an evil force appeared, and Su Len heard the continuous sound of system notifications. Then, a strange mummy that was different from all the previous mummies appeared in front of him. Ancient mummy, high undead. Mummies were originally undead creatures that were commonly seen in the desert. Some were mummies that were made, while some were mummies that were produced due to natural reasons such as the climate. Usually, due to the dry air and hot temperature in the desert, corpses could easily become mummies. After being contaminated with some negative energy, the mummy would be resurrected as an undead creature. The strength of these mummies was limited. Although their defense was good and they were fast, these mummies were very afraid of fire. As long as they were careful, even ordinary civilians could deal with them. However, among these mummies, once some mutation or evolution occurred, their strength would be greatly increased. For example, the poison mummy and the ancient mummy were similar. Sulen was now facing an ancient mummy. The ancient mummy was much more powerful than the poison mummy. Most importantly, the ancient mummy was already a legendary creature. Any creature that had the word ancient added to it would become very powerful. For example, the ancient dragon was the most powerful creature in the material world. Although the ancient mummy was also very powerful, it was far inferior to the ancient dragon. The challenge rating of the ancient mummy was level 20, and it had many spell-like abilities. Previously, Sulen had to be judged by the negative energy surrounding it when he was attacked. The ancient mummy was a powerful monster that appeared after hundreds or even thousands of years after ordinary mummies absorbed a powerful death energy. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In addition to these, the ancient mummy also had high undead, negative energy erosion, immunity to ordinary weapons, corpse belt entanglement, fast movement, disease, curse, and more than a dozen other abilities. Of course, this kind of ancient mummy was not the most powerful. There was a kind of demigod mummy that was above the ancient mummy. However, this kind of monster rarely appeared in the material plane. Even if there were, most of them were sealed in remote corners. The creatures stronger than the demigod mummy were the abominations, life witherers. This was a powerful monster that was born in the god of death. Because they died before they were born, the life witherers had a strong hatred for all the living. This kind of monster was the legitimate child of the gods and was even more powerful than the demigod. The difference between them and the gods was that they did not have divinity. An evil energy field quickly spread out, suppressing the burning flames. The intensity of the fire was greatly reduced. Immediately after, a tall and big mummy walked out. This was a monster that was covered in bandages and surrounded by a strong death energy. Its scarlet eyes stared at Sulen. Whoosh! A strange figure dashed over. It was the ancient mummy. In a flash, it passed through the sea of fire and pounced on Sulen. Sulen frowned as he smelled a foul odor. This damn mummy didn't care about martial ethics and even dabbled in biochemical weapons. A monster wrapped in bandages rushed out from the shadows. Sulen's storm war halberd swept out, and a powerful force was transmitted. The mummy's figure was forcibly blocked, and it was even forced back a few steps by Sulen's weapon. Bah! It's too smelly. He was surrounded by a strong stench. Sulen almost thought that he couldn't breathe. Wild wind. A whirlwind appeared around Sulen. This whirlwind had no lethality, and its only effect was to blow away the surrounding air. With the help of the wild wind's skill, Sulen felt much better. Then he rushed to the culprit again, the ancient mummy. Greater haste. Dragon strength. Bear's endurance. Cat's grace. Insight. Rays of light rose from Sulen's body, and Sulen's speed increased again. He moved and appeared around the ancient mummy, swinging his storm battle halberd. Cleave. Sulen swept past from the right, and the storm battle halberd hit the ancient mummy. The originally withered body of the ancient mummy had been modified by the rich death energy, and it was abnormally tough. Sulen felt as if he was cutting steel. And as he attacked, a powerful negative energy quickly enveloped his body and tried to invade it. Sulen frowned as a chill came over him. The next moment, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and the dazzling lightning instantly dispersed the negative energy enveloping him. The chill around Sullen's body disappeared in an instant, and the powerful force of lightning turned into countless flashing lightning snakes that attacked the ancient mummy. Large amounts of lightning appeared on the ancient mummy's bandages. Thunder cleave. The storm battle halberd took advantage of the recoil force and spun in the air. Then, it struck again with the power of thunder. Lightning flashed on the primordial mummy's body, and a huge hole was cut in the bandage, revealing the dark brown body inside. It was the mummy's dried flesh. Death entanglement. The ancient mummy was pushed back by Sullen's attacks, and its body was constantly attacked by lightning. The ancient mummy roared angrily, but it was useless. At this moment, the ancient mummy moved back slightly, and the bandages on its body wrapped around Sulen like the tentacles of an octopus. In an instant, countless bandages appeared around Sulen, directly sealing his surroundings, and then suddenly wrapped around him. Sulen could not dodge in time, and was instantly bound by a few bandages. The moment he was bound, a cold force tried to invade Sullen's body through the bandages. At the same time, his life force was being pulled and sucked away. Thunder field. The powerful force of lightning exploded from Sullen's body, and directly removed the cold force that had invaded his body. The life force that was being pulled away was restored to normal. Since you like to absorb so much, I'll give it to you. Sulen smiled ferociously and grabbed the bandages with one hand. The violent force of lightning in his body flowed through the bandages and into the ancient mummy's body. In an instant, the two types of energy exploded in the ancient mummy's body. Large amounts of lightning flashed, and strands of negative energy kept spreading. The ancient mummy's body was constantly crackling, and its body was constantly trembling. The bandages that were tightly wrapped around its body also loosened. Sullen's arm exerted force, and he grabbed the bandages with one hand and threw them out. In the next second, the ancient mummy's body fell heavily to the ground. Sulen did not let go, and he grabbed the bandages on the ancient mummy's body with one hand and slammed it hard. The marble floor in the ruins was full of cracks. Chapter 402. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, especially Valadin and Jane. As warriors, they knew how strong the ancient mummy was. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although they already knew that Sulen was very powerful in the battle with the puppet golem, they were still stunned when they saw Sulen holding the ancient mummy and smashing it around like a sandbag. Sullen's strength was now 50 points, while the average legendary warrior's strength was around 25 or 26 points. Even the giants, who were known for their strength, only had around 40 points. Only the puppet golem's strength could compare with Sullen's. Sullen's entire body was covered with a layer of lightning. Powerful lightning energy burst out. After grabbing the ancient mummy, he used his arm to smash the ancient mummy to the ground again. Bang! 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 Numerous pits appeared on the hard ground of the ruins. Then, the sound of the ancient mummy being smashed could be heard. Along with the trembling of the ground, the ancient mummy was being smashed back and forth. In just a few breaths of time, pits appeared on the ground one after another. The bandages on the primordial mummy's body had also become tattered. Its bones, which were originally as hard as steel, had begun to crack under the continuous heavy blows. Bang! Another loud noise. The bandages in Sullen's hand finally could not withstand the pressure and completely broke. Although Sulen did not attack again, the ancient mummy was unable to move for a while. Sulen did not give it a chance to recover. The storm battle halberd in his hand shone with lightning again. The storm battle halberd stabbed down fiercely. Dazzling lightning enveloped the area. The powerful lightning energy made everyone who was dozens of meters away feel a sense of oppression like a natural disaster. Thunder Dragon Strike. Sulen jumped up and stabbed the storm battle halberd in his hand at the ancient mummy's head. Boom! Lightning flashed. The storm battle halberd directly pierced the ancient mummy's head and deeply penetrated into the ground. Crack! With a light sound, Su Luan slowly withdrew his weapon. A big hole was opened in the head of the ancient mummy on the ground. Whoosh! With a sigh of relief, the power of death on the ancient mummy's body quickly dissipated. Then, the body turned into countless dust like sand. A vague shadow appeared in front of Su Len. It was a middle-aged man who looked quite valiant. Judging from his skin color, he was very similar to the desert people. He smiled at Su Len and bowed. The next second, he directly turned into a faint fluorescent light and disappeared in front of Su Len. Clang! A purple soul crystal fell to the ground. Su Len quietly watched the soul dissipate. Then, he gently waved his hand, and the soul crystal flew into Su Len's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have received 86,300 experience points and the battle soul stone. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a Platinum Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a Legendary Skill Point. Battle of the Desert Ruins, Level, Legendary. July, 1688 of the Huiyue calendar. You brought a map of the ruins to the desert to search for treasures. After a search, you have successfully found the desert ruins. You have also defeated the poison mummy, the advanced golem puppet, and an ancient mummy in the ruins. Your name has spread throughout the desert country. Prestige plus 15. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully killed 356 mummies. You have gained 356 experience points. You have gained an item, Air-Dried Bandage X20. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Len slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The powerful lightning energy on his body dissipated, and the pressure around him gradually dissipated. After moving his body, Su Len lightly jumped and landed on a relatively intact piece of ground. He turned his head and looked at the passage behind him. The craftsmen were like quails, quickly shrinking their heads. Their eyes were fixed on their toes, not daring to raise their heads. Many of them were even trembling slightly. Valadin, the dwarf who always liked to speak loudly, seemed to have something stuck in his throat. He looked at Su Len with a pale face. The rogue Bane's hand holding his sword was trembling slightly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The warrior Jane's body was also trembling slightly, and his expression was extremely stiff. It was obvious that all the muscles in his body had been stretched to the extreme. Alright, what are you still standing there for? Clean up the battlefield and continue to search for the ruins. Su Len said to them. He then turned around and walked into the ruins. Phew! Bane quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure had dissipated, and it was as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, he heard a violent gasp. That almost scared me to death. It was too scary. A worker next to him whispered. Yeah, my heart was in my throat. Ha, our adventurer team has killed the primordial mummy. When we go back, those people will definitely be scared to death. Valadin the dwarf's loud voice rang out. What are you jealous of? That primordial mummy was killed by the captain's stomach. What are you so proud of? Jane, the warrior next to him, said. The captain and I are in the same team. If the captain killed it, it was also our team that killed it, Valadin the dwarf said with a stiff neck. Jane laughed. Then why didn't you go up just now? I was just about to go up. Who knew that the captain was too strong? That primordial mummy was too weak. It fell before I even made a move. Valadin's expression showed that it was not that he did not put in effort, but that the opponent was too weak. Aren't you the one who was so scared that your legs went soft? You're the one who was so scared that your legs went soft. Alright, stop arguing. Didn't you hear that the captain just asked us to clean up the battlefield and the ruins? Be careful of the captain coming back to deal with you. Bane the rogue immediately reminded the two of them when he saw that they were about to quarrel. The two of them looked at each other, then snorted and turned their heads away. After Sulen killed the primordial mummy, he began to search the area. This was the noble area of the ruins, and also the essence of the ruins. Although it was very dilapidated and there was a big battle, there were still many good things left behind. At that time, this should be the place where the fiercest battle took place. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the beautiful and solid marble buildings had collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere. There were also many dead bodies on the ground. Many of the corpses had been resurrected under the effect of the death energy. However, the strength of these undead was not high. They were far worse than the primordial mummy. Wherever Sulen went, these low-level undead fell in groups. Even if there was a poisonous mummy that occasionally appeared, it would be taken care of by him in a few moves. Sulen's main purpose here was to find the Battle's Soul Stone. He was going to build the hero's spirit pagoda in the Beifeng Principality. He needed 2 Battle Soul Stones. When he killed the primordial mummy, the system rewarded him with 1. Now he was short of 1. Battle Soul Stones were generally born in large battlefields. The battle in this underground ruin was very fierce, and the number of casualties was likely to be as high as hundreds of thousands. Sulen also found that the main reason for the destruction of this ruined city was the war. In a battlefield of this level, the probability of a Battle Soul Stone being born was very high. The area of the noble area was not small. Sulen spent some time only to walk around more than half of it. At this time, he suddenly felt a strange soul fluctuation, which was very similar to the fluctuation of the Battle Soul Stone he had seen before. Sulen paused, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the location of this energy. After a few minutes, Sulen suddenly opened his eyes, moved his body, and walked to the side. This was a completely destroyed palace. Collapsed marble pillars, broken decorations, and a large number of corpses were left on the ground. It was no different from the other areas. Sulen gently waved his storm war halberd, and a gust of wind blew, blowing the corpses up. A sparkling and translucent red crystal-like stone was lying on the ground. Sulen gently waved his hand, and the strange crystal flew into Sulen's hand. His luck was not bad. It was indeed a Battle Soul Stone. Sulen flipped his palm and put the Battle Soul Stone into his storage space. After obtaining the Battle Soul Stone, Sulen's purpose this time was completed. He did not continue to explore. The noble area was the essence of this ruin. According to the calculations of the previous ruins explorers, the noble area's harvest could account for more than 70% of the entire ruin. He did not plan to explore the remaining areas. The main reason was that the cost was high, and the harvest was just passable. And there was another reason. There seemed to be something sealed under the ruins. When Sulen was fighting with the ancient mummy, he had already felt that there was a powerful decaying evil force under the ruins. That force was more powerful than the ancient mummy that Sulen had killed. When he came to the desert country, Sulen had inquired in advance. Many of the ruins held the sealers, prisoners and test subjects of the arcane kingdom. Among them, there were some demon lords and even ancient evil creatures. The period of the arcane kingdom was the most glorious period of the Arcanist civilization. They even dared to go to war with the gods. They had studied the gods, divinity, and other powers. They had begun to touch the realm of the gods. There was nothing they did not dare to do. Those great arcanists imprisoned the demon lords, imprisoned the evil gods, captured the abominations, and even some taboo research. More than 80% of the taboo knowledge that had been passed down was researched during the period of the Arcane Kingdom. It could be seen how bold the group of arcanists was. Back then, they had almost overturned the gods. Who knew if there was an abomination, a demon lord, or an evil god sealed in this ancient ruin? With Sulen's strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed from these monsters. Maybe when he broke through the high-level legendary realm and stepped into the realm of demigod, he would talk to those sealed monsters again. Chapter 403. Su Len returned to the hall and left the VIP area in the ruins to the others to continue searching. Su Len began to check his harvest. Including the one he just killed, he had killed a total of 3 poisonous mummies and 1 primordial mummy. The poisonous mummy gave Su Len more than 9,000 experience points, 3 gold treasure chests, and a few high-tier soul crystals and jewels. The primordial mummy gave him 2 platinum treasure chests. Su Len now had a total of 5 treasure chests. As for the puppet golem, it did not give him anything. However, the puppet golem itself was a big harvest. If it could be developed, the high-end combat power of the Beifeng Principality would soar. However, it was not easy to develop such a high-end technology. He could only let Hathaway do it slowly. Su Len opened his inventory and found 3 gold treasure chests. He chose to open them directly. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained an item, arcane card. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Vampiric Touch. As the light faded, 3 items appeared in front of Su Len. He began to check the attributes of the 3 items. Arcane cards, also known as the cards of wisdom or the cards of miracles, these are the treasures left behind by the Arcane Kingdom. Each arcane card has a unique magic power. A complete arcane card has 108 cards. They may bring you good luck, but they may also bring you disaster. Currently owned cards, 1 of 108. Is this a card draw? Sullen's face darkened. In the many games that he had played in his previous life, almost all of them had this card draw game that made the players cheer for the lucky king and the non-players chop off their hands. Generally, it was fine if you had a conscience. There was the so-called guarantee of 10 consecutive draws. However, there were some that were screwed. You might not even get an SSR card even if you drew 100 cards. As for Su Len, he belonged to the kind of people who could only draw 10 consecutive draws. As for the miracle of drawing a single card, he had never seen one before. However, ever since he came to this world, his luck seemed to have improved. Thinking of this, Su Len took out the arcane card and prepared to give it a try. The cards that had not been activated were the same on both sides. These cards were made of an unknown alloy and had a unique hexagram mark and the Eye of Truth insignia on them. Before it was activated, no one knew what this arcane card represented. This kind of arcane card could only be activated by inputting energy according to the patterns on the card. Su Len flipped through the card and confirmed that there were no problems. He then picked up the card and tried to inject energy. Su Len picked up the card and tried to inject energy into it. A faint light appeared. After the arcane card in Sullen's hand absorbed the energy, a ripple of energy appeared. Then, an image appeared in the center of the card. The first image that appeared was a library filled with books. This scene surprised Su Len. This meant that this card was most likely a knowledge card. He could learn a spell or obtain some advanced knowledge through this card. Then, the door opened. An ancient alchemy rune appeared and sank into Sullen's body. Focus. A magical force surged into Sullen's body and instantly merged with it. After Sullen's brain experienced a swelling pain, a cool feeling appeared. It felt like he had been concentrating on one thing for a long time and was mentally exhausted. Finally, after the cool feeling appeared, the fatigue gradually disappeared. The system's voice rang in his ears again. Congratulations, the arcane card, Focus, has been activated. You have awakened the personal ability, Focus. Your mental strength has increased a little. Energy modification completed. At this moment, Su Len felt that his mind was very clear. It seemed that after a long period of hard work, his mental strength had been tempered. His mental strength had become stronger. Focus, personal talent. After a long period of hard work, this has greatly strengthened your mental strength and knowledge. Whether it's learning, fighting, or doing other things, you will be more serious. Your learning efficiency will increase by 15% and the chances of being sneak attacked will be reduced. Su Len raised his eyebrows. This time, he had drawn a personal talent. His luck was really good. This kind of talent card was relatively rare. Among the 108 cards, only a few had this effect. For example, the effect of the Dragon Disciple card could directly give one the power of a Dragon Disciple. The card could increase strength to 20 points, constitution to 18 points, and charm to 20 points. It could also be compatible with the previous profession. In other words, this card could directly allow one to take on a profession. The person who obtained the Dragon Disciple card was a wizard. After taking on the profession of a Dragon Disciple, he became very powerful and later broke through to the legendary level. It was said that he had now left this realm to travel to other realms. Su Len's card was only a low-level one among the cards that increased attributes and talents, but overall, it was still very good. In addition to this arcane card, Su Len also received 3 skill points and a skill, Vampiric Touch. The skill points were also a good reward. Su Len looked at the description of Vampiric Touch. Vampiric Touch, the system's bloodthirst skill fused with the rules of this world. When attacking an enemy, the user can absorb the enemy's energy or life force and convert it into their own. Effect: after using, the user absorbs 50 energy or life force and increases the user's HP by 50 points. Effect lasts for 1 minute and disappears after absorbing 50 energy or life force. This skill might be a godly skill for others, but for Su Len who had physical healing, this skill was a little useless. 50 points of HP was roughly equivalent to a medium-level injury. Su Len's physical healing could recover about the same amount of HP. After looking at it, this skill only required 1 skill point. Su Len thought for a while and learned this skill. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, Su Len opened the remaining 2 platinum treasure chests. Along with a burst of light and shadow effects, the system's familiar voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, 9 Heavens Black Iron *1. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, Self-Created Hero Template *1. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Len's face showed a hint of joy. This time, he was very lucky to open the treasure chest. The 9 Heavens Black Iron could be considered a godly weapon in the game. In the game, not only could it increase one's strength, but it also had the effect of recovering one's life force. Moreover, it also had the Iron Wall talent. It could be said that it was very cost-effective. However, after coming to this world, he did not know what the attributes of this item would be. Su Len could not wait to check the description of the 9 Heavens Black Iron. 9 Heavens Black Iron, a magical metal that fell from the sky. It has incredible power. It is an extremely precious material that can be used to forge godly weapons. The 9 Heavens Black Iron contains a magical power. After wearing it, one will receive a buff. Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, and the additional innate skills, Regeneration and Iron Wall. The buff will be ineffective if one's attributes exceed 50. F***CK. 10 points of Strength and 10 points of Constitution. After seeing the buff effect of the 9 Heavens Black Iron, Su Len was surprised. One should know that in this world, an ordinary adult male without training would only have 7 or 8 points of Constitution. However, this 9 Heavens Black Iron could actually increase both Constitution and Strength by 10 points. This buff could instantly allow an ordinary person to surpass a knight. As for the buff effect, it was also very practical. Su Len's strength had reached 50 points, and his constitution had reached 47 points. This 9 Heavens Black Iron did not give him much of a buff. As for the innate skills, Su Len already had them. The innate skills of this item could not be stacked. However, although it was not very useful to him, this 9 Heavens Black Iron was actually a material for forging godly weapons. Godly weapons, as the name implied, were powerful weapons created by the gods. Generally speaking, legendary weapons and legendary magical items were the next step up and were high-tier legendary items. It was still more difficult to become a godly weapon. When the gods forged godly weapons, they would need to inject some divinity into them. Only then could the weapons be considered godly weapons. One should know that divinity was very precious. Using one's own power to forge godly weapons was a very extravagant act. It was also because of this that the gods rarely forged godly weapons. After all, every time they forged a godly weapon, it was equivalent to weakening a part of their own power. This was also the reason why godly weapons were so powerful. The 9 heavens black iron in front of him could be used to forge godly weapons. In other words, he could forge godly weapons without using a small amount of divinity. This function alone was enough to make all the wizard organizations and churches on the continent fight over it. One should know that the godly weapons created by the gods were restricted by their alignment. For example, if a god from the lawful good alignment created a godly weapon, then the godly weapon's usage requirement would be lawful good. There were quite a number of godly weapons in the multiverse. Many powerful gods had left behind godly weapons. Many gods would inject their own rules and divine power into the godly weapons, and then give it to their believers to use. This kind of godly weapon could only be used by the gods themselves and their believers. Of course, there were also some godly weapons without owners that were lost in the multiverse. Many of those godly weapons were left behind by the fallen gods. There were very few godly weapons in the multiverse that did not have alignment restrictions. The Flail of Time was one of them. This was also one of the reasons why this godly weapon was so popular. Su Len still did not have the ability to forge godly weapons, so this piece of 9 heavens black iron could only be temporarily hidden. Before he had the power to protect this material, he did not plan to take it out. He would keep it in his storage space. Who knew if there would be a high-tier wizard or god who had nothing better to do than to do divination? His storage space could block this kind of spell. Chapter 404. Sullen's system had the ability to block prophecies, so he did not have to worry about being discovered by others. As for creating divine artifacts, he did not have the ability to do so yet. After putting away the 9 heavens black iron, Su Len took the last item, the self-created hero template. Su Len was already very familiar with this item. It could turn an ordinary person into a hero. He had not thought of who to give this item to, so he would keep it for the time being. In addition to these items, Su Len had obtained a legendary skill point when he killed the ancient mummy. After thinking for a while, Su Len used the legendary skill point on his advanced regeneration talent. Are you sure you want to use the legendary skill point on the talent, advanced regeneration? Yes. After Su Len confirmed, the legendary skill point on the system panel slowly disappeared. Then, a strong force surged into Sullen's body. At this moment, his body seemed to be torn apart. Every inch of his body seemed to have been beaten countless times and then reconstructed. Intense pain came from his body, and in the midst of this pain, a powerful vitality appeared in his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be awakened, and a powerful life energy gathered in his body. At this moment, his body seemed to be reborn. A row of data appeared: advanced regeneration has evolved into legendary regeneration. Your life force has increased. Your recovery ability has increased. You have obtained broken limb rebirth. Detected that the host has legendary strength. You have obtained the special talent, immortality. Legendary regeneration. After arduous training, you have finally broken through the limits of mortals and entered the realm of transcendence. After obtaining legendary regeneration, unless the heart or head is severely damaged, more than 50% of the heart or head is damaged, the other parts will quickly recover after being injured. Broken limb rebirth. After the body is damaged, as long as there is a certain amount of time, your body will regenerate. Phew. Su Len slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Although there did not seem to be much change on the surface, Su Len knew that his body's vitality had become very high. With legendary regeneration, not only had Sullen's recovery ability been greatly improved, but his life force had also been greatly increased. If his lifespan was 1,000 years in the past, it had now increased to 1,500 years. In addition to legendary regeneration, Sulen also obtained another special talent, immortality. Immortality did not mean that Sulen could live forever, but that his body would not show signs of aging while he was alive. Immortality, special talent. Requires the prerequisites of legendary strengthening and legendary regeneration. With the immortality talent, your body will never age and your physical fitness will always be at its peak. Note, you are immune to aging spells. After seeing the gift of immortality, Sullen's face showed a touch of joy. This gift was actually eternal youth. Although legendary professions had a long lifespan, they would still age, but the speed of aging was much slower than those below the legendary level, especially physical professions. For example, a legendary warrior had a lifespan of 200 years. Under normal circumstances, his combat power would be maintained at the peak of 130 to 150 years old. After the peak period, his combat power would slowly decline. In the last 10 years, his strength would even fall below the legendary realm. After Sulen obtained the immortality talent, he would no longer be limited by aging. After moving his body, Sulen took out a sharp knife and slashed it on his arm to observe the speed of his recovery. The sharp knife slashed and a shallow wound appeared on his arm. With legendary toughness, his body's defense had become very high. Ordinary knives could no longer hurt him. The knife Sulen used was a magic item with sharpness +1 and armor penetration +1. Blood flowed out, but after a moment, the wound began to scab. After a while, the scab completely fell off with a gentle touch. The wound just now had disappeared, and the skin was as smooth as new. After checking his body, Sulen left the room. Next was the rest of the loot in the ruins. It took a total of 3 days to clean up the ruins. The main reason was that many places had been buried by sand and needed to be dug up again. The ruins were not very big. In the end, Sulen and the others collected all the valuable things they could find. In the end, a small mountain of treasure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the mountain of gold in front of him, Sullen's eyes were dazzled by the golden light. The others around also stared at the mountain of gold in front of them, greed flashing in their eyes. How much is there in total? Sulen looked at the mountain of gold in front of him and asked. 63,500 gold coins, more than 1,000 pieces of jewelry, gold, and so on. There are 326 magic gems, magic crystals, and relatively well-preserved magic items, etc. No one is hiding anything, right? Sulen said casually. No, we've checked all of them. Barn grinned. Suluan knew very well that those workers might not have a secret stash, but it was not certain whether the 3 professionals had a secret stash. However, Sulen did not mind. The most precious things in the ruins were basically in his storage space. The rest were only gems and gold. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have a space bag. How much could they take? Then we'll divide it according to what we said before. All the workers will get 20%, I'll take 35%, and the 3 of you will each get 15%, Sulen said directly. Agreed. You've contributed the most in this ruin. We have no problem with you taking the biggest share. Bane nodded. I agree too. You're too generous. Valadin and Jane nodded. Out of the 63,500 gold coins, Sulen took 22,000, Bane and the other 2 professionals each got 9,500, and the rest of the workers got 65 each. Sulen did not take the gold, jewelry, and magic items. These things were of no use to him, but he took all the magic gems. The more than 1,000 pieces of gold were distributed to the 3 of them, and the magic items were also distributed to them. However, there were only a few items that were still in good condition and could be used. Sulen and the 3 professionals took out another 2,000 gold coins to compensate the others. The division of the treasure was successfully completed. One gold coin from the Arcane Empire era in the ruins could be exchanged for 3 kinnar. After this trip, even the craftsman had almost obtained more than 200 kinnar. For ordinary people, this was a wealth that they might not be able to accumulate in their lifetime. After the distribution of the treasure, Su Len and the others left the underground ruins happily. After everyone left, Su Len gently snapped his fingers. The sand and stones beside him quickly slid down and the ruins were resealed. After that, Su Len also used mud to stone to turn the sand and stones into real stones and completely sealed the ruins. There was no delay here. Everyone was eager to go back. After getting rich overnight, they all wanted to go back and enjoy themselves. Who would want to work again? Su Len, I reckon that after this trip, the 3 professionals might even consider retiring directly. As for adventure, if it was not for money, who would be willing to dance on the edge of a knife? Many mercenaries and adventurers would turn around and leave the business after accumulating enough money. After all, if you were not careful in this business, you might lose your life before spending all your money. Then the hard-earned money would become someone else's. The return trip was faster than when they came. 2 days later, Su Len and the others returned to Halta. Back to Sullen's trip to the Desert Kingdom. In the royal city of Florence, in a beautifully decorated palace. Daniel was sitting in his chair with a distressed look. As the 3rd heir to the royal family of Henry, he was quite favored in the palace. However, it was still difficult for him to inherit the throne. Since the beginning of the new year, His Majesty's body had some problems. All kinds of diseases kept appearing. Even if he invited the Bishop of the Church of Life to help treat the disease, the effect was not good. Everyone knew that King Henry's life was coming to an end. This was not good news for Daniel. If his father had been alive, then he would have had time and opportunity to go further. However, his father, His Majesty Henry, was not as energetic as before. Even if he wanted to pass the throne to him, it was unlikely that he could do it. As the 3rd heir to the Kingdom of Florence, he did not have a good relationship with his 2 brothers. It should be said that it was very bad. No matter which one of them took the throne in the end, what awaited him would not be good. If it was better, they would give him a remote piece of land and kick him back. If his 2 brothers were more evil, it wouldn't be strange if they directly sent people to kill him on his way to his fief. In the end, they would push the blame to the bandits and he would pretend to be inconsolable, and this matter would be over. No one would pay attention to a dead prince. In the quiet side hall, the palace guards had all retreated. In the empty hall, only Daniel sat there quietly. "Dear, are you waiting for me?" A frivolous laughter sounded, and then a hazy figure appeared in the hall. The figure swayed gently, and a large number of ripples appeared in the surrounding space like the water surface. Finally, the ripples disappeared, and a charming and seductive figure appeared there. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Her every move was full of temptation. Her impressive figure was only covered by a few pieces of cloth. At first glance, one could not take their eyes off her. Her body was also covered by a layer of transparent gauze, which made her even more seductive. This was a peerless beauty. Chapter 405. Daniel was not surprised at all by the sudden appearance of the woman in the hall. It was as if he knew she would come. The woman in front of him gave off a seductive aura like a succubus. However, a wizard who was well versed in the lower planes and had mastered the study of demons and ghosts would be able to tell that the woman in front of him was not a succubus. Instead, she was a devil from the hell of Bator. A pleasure devil. This creature with the appearance of a woman had soft amber hair and purple eyes that rippled like a pool of water. Her clothes revealed her soft breasts and back. A smile appeared on her lips. Her plump red lips were slightly pouted as if she was waiting for a kiss, or as if she was pouting coquettishly to her lover. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of playfulness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Pleasure devils were the evolved form of lustful devils. They were devils who were very good at disguising themselves. Their favorite thing to do was to seduce the followers of the gods into depravity. They did not like hell. To them, the material plane was full of ripe fruits that could be harvested. Pleasure devils would not feel guilty about seducing any man, or woman, of any race. It was their duty to collect fresh souls. They liked to seduce mortals into depravity. The more noble a person was, the more they wanted to seduce them. Pleasure devils liked to use all kinds of methods to make people fall step by step. Then, when the fruit was ripe, they would harvest it. Pleasure devils had the bloodline of fallen angels. In fact, the earliest devils all had the bloodline of angels. It was said that the devils in the hell of Bator were originally angels. During the war between the ancient gods of order and the bottomless abyss, some of the angels had been infected by the power of the lower planes because they had been fighting against the abyss for a long time. In the end, they fell and became devils. My dear Daniel, I haven't seen you for so long. I've missed you so much. The pleasure devil smiled seductively. Her eyes rippled, and her red lips curved into a beautiful arc. I'm reminded of the wonderful times we had together. You were so strong. So charming. As she spoke, the pleasure devil swayed her body and walked over. Her body was faintly discernible under the thin veil. It made one's breath quicken involuntarily. Daniel's expression was not very good. He coldly glanced at the flirtatious pleasure devil and said in a deep voice, "Enough, stop pretending. We're even now." "Of course we're even, but I like you, little cutie." A frivolous voice sounded. The pleasure demon walked gracefully to Daniel. Then, her body flashed and her alluring body instantly wrapped around Daniel's body like a beautiful snake. I still clearly remember the wonderful times we spent together. At that time, you called me little sweetie, now you're so fierce to me. I'm really sad. Daniel's breathing was obviously a little hurried, and his face had turned a little red. His body had also undergone some changes, but his rationality still prevailed. Daniel took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart as he said in a deep voice, "Put away that trick of yours. It's useless against me." The pleasure devil watched Daniel's actions with great interest. She reached her hand into his collar and stroked his chest back and forth. She even stuck out her tongue and licked his neck and earlobe a few times. Just as she was about to go deeper, Daniel suddenly broke free from her embrace. "Angry? Seeing how uncomfortable you are, I want to help you," the pleasure devil said with some grievance. Daniel's body was a little stiff. He slowly turned around and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Help me? How do you want to help me? Or what do you want?" It was not easy to get help from the demons. These guys who liked to play with people's hearts would not help others for no reason. Moreover, they would also leave behind various traps when they helped you. Once you were careless, they would easily take away all the benefits, including your life. The demon's favorite thing to do was to use various means to exploit the loopholes in a contract. For example, some inconspicuous patterns on a contract were very likely to be traps. In the ancient arcane kingdom, the arcanists specially produced several books, How to Sign a Contract with the Demons, and The Demon's Trap. Just as famous as these books was the Guide to the Wishing Spell. When using the wishing spell, one would need to reach an agreement with the jinn. If it was just a simple description, the jinn would intentionally misinterpret it. One would need to use a more rigorous description to plug up all the loopholes. The pleasure devil tilted her head, wearing an alluring smile on her beautiful face. She propped up her chin with one hand and propped it up with the other. She looked at Daniel with great interest. "Souls, excellent souls. Although you've provided quite a number of souls, to be honest, the quality of those souls isn't very good. It can be said that their souls can't be polished at all. They are also unable to release that enchanting soul light. This time around, I hope that you can provide better souls." "Impossible," Daniel said coldly. "Previously, in order to provide you with the souls you needed, I almost handed over all the prisoners in the royal capital's prison to you. What else do you want?" Daniel's countenance was grim. A powerful aura rose from his body, and his abilities as a conferred knight were unleashed in an instant. Aya! The pleasure devil's expression was one of astonishment and fear. She even put on an act and patted her chest, causing her voluptuous breasts to jiggle a little. She approached with light footsteps, as if she was not afraid at all. She exhaled and said, "My dear Daniel. Don't be so angry. You've scared me. Didn't I help you increase your abilities and then help you take control of an army? Those officers have also sworn to be loyal to you. What else do you want? Do you want to take control of even more armies? I can help you with this. As for the reward, if you really can't do it, you can owe me first. If you can accompany me tonight, that would be even better." The pleasure devil stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her charming face. She then appeared next to Daniel with a flash, wrapping herself around him like a beautiful snake. Her palms caressed him gently and slid into his clothes agilely. Her petite body twisted slightly, leaving behind a series of lipstick marks on his face and neck. In the end, she even nibbled on his earlobe gently. At the same time, she said in an alluring voice, "Your words sound so righteous, but your body's reaction is so real. There's still plenty of time tonight. Let's enjoy it slowly." "Oh, right. I've just learned a few new techniques. Let's try them out today." Sulen was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the Kingdom of Florence. The embroidered uniform guards had just been established. Even if they possessed various professional skills, they would still need to integrate themselves into the locals before they could obtain any information. After the North Wind Dukedom was officially established, more and more people came to the North Town to do business. Caravans loaded with goods came one after another. From the outside, this caravan didn't seem to be anything special. However, if the experienced mercenaries were to take a look, they would discover that this caravan seemed to have a lot of manpower. After exiting the city gates, the merchant team continued to move forward for about 2 kilometers. "How many people are coming this time around?" A middle-aged man dressed like a merchant asked another person. Beside him, a warrior dressed like a strong warrior replied, "This time, we brought 200 people. All of them are illegal residents and slaves. I heard that you can earn money by providing food in the North Town. After working for 5 years, you can even get a piece of land. Those people are all fighting to come here. We didn't even spend a single copper this time. All we did was provide them with some food. If they were in the city, they would either starve to death or be sold as slaves. How can there be such a good deal? With so many people this time, we should be able to get a trading spot. It's so hard to get a trading spot in the North Town." "That's right. Who asked him to have so many good things? I want to buy at least 50 kilograms of white sugar this time." The North Town. After a long period of construction, the North Town looked very good. It was clean and tidy with green trees and flowers. More importantly, the North Town had a lot of goods that were in high demand. After transporting people and all kinds of goods from other places to the North Town and selling them, they could buy the goods that were in high demand in the North Town. In this way, a medium-sized merchant team could make at least 10,000 kinnar in profit. It was a huge profit. Although the North Town had a lot of strict laws and regulations, there were still a lot of merchants who came here to do business. Many people even spent money to buy property here after discovering the sanitation of the North Town. They were planning to live here for a long time. After we go back this time, send people to the nearby villages to recruit refugees. I'll send you some more people. There are more refugees in the villages. You don't have to pay for them, just give them food. Oh right, remember to pick them. Don't take the old, the sick, or the disabled. Just take the young and strong ones who can work if they are a family. I know. We won't take in the old, the sick, or the disabled. They might not even be able to finish the journey. If they die on the way, our investment will be wasted." The man patted his chest and said, "Remember to let them eat until they are full. They will have to sleep and eat on the road. If they don't eat until they are full, they might not make it. Not only will they not make any money, they will also have to pay for the food, the merchant said to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the third phase of the North Town's construction was completed, they began to send workers to Mirror Lake City. The second phase of the construction had already started. Sulen had set a target of 50,000 people for Mirror Lake City. At the same time, the fourth city was being prepared. This time, Sulen planned to build the city to the west of the North Town. The 4 cities would surround Sulen's territory. Chapter 406. The Duchy of North Wind's construction was still ongoing. From the North City to the Kingdom of Florence's Blackstone Fort, there was a 300-mile stretch of wilderness. There was not a single human city, which was very unfriendly for caravans. A small caravan without enough strength would not be able to traverse such a distance. Even for large caravans, the cost of traversing such a long stretch of wilderness was very high. It was also very dangerous. Therefore, the Duchy of North Wind's next goal was to build a new city 50 kilometers southwest of the North City. This way, not only could they expand the territory of the Duchy of North Wind, but it would also make the trade route more convenient and smooth. However, the problem that limited the Duchy of North Wind's development was still the problem of population. The most popular thing in the Duchy of North Wind was the population trade. On average, the population of the Duchy of North Wind would increase by 300 people every day. In a month, the population would increase by nearly 10,000 people. The increase in population did not cause too much of a problem for the Duchy of North Wind. For 2 years in a row, they had been reclaiming land and planting crops. Now, the food production in North Town City was enough to feed 10 times the population. In fact, this was still an undercount. There were 150,000 mu of land outside the North City. 2/3 of it was used to plant food, and the rest was used to plant other economic crops. Under the effect of the harvest altar, the potatoes in the North City could mature 3 times a year, producing more than 1,500 kilograms of potatoes. In a year, the North City's food production could reach 200,000 tons. Even so, the Duchy of North Wind did not stop reclaiming the land. By next year, the Duchy of North Wind's food production would increase again. The increase in food production brought about too many benefits. In addition to satisfying the basic needs of the people, the rest of the food was transported to the distillery and the farm. The North City's vodka production was very high. Vodka was very popular in the northern provinces, but the sales in the south were average. Every month, the North City made a lot of profits. In addition to the distillery, the rest of the food was used to develop the livestock industry. The livestock industry in the North City had moved to Centaur City. After a year of development, the livestock industry in Centaur City had developed rapidly. The number of horses in Centaur City had reached 5,000, and the number of cows and sheep had broken through 50,000. It was barely enough to meet the needs of the Duchy of North Wind. However, the number of livestock in Centaur City was still increasing. The development of the northern battlefront city was changing rapidly due to the large amount of investment. It could be said that it was the fastest developing city in the entire continent. Mirror Lake City's plan was to have a population of 50,000, and the new city they were planning to build also had a population of 50,000. In addition to the 150,000 in North Town City and 10,000 in Centaur City, the Duchy of North Wind needed a population of 260,000, and North Town City only had 170,000 to 180,000. Although the Beifong Principality had already been established, the population trade would be the top priority of the Beifong Principality for some time to come. By the time Sulen returned from the Desert Kingdom, it had been more than a month. Although he had been away from Northern Town for more than a month, the city hadn't been affected. Crazy and Hathaway had managed the city well. The construction of the new city in the southwest had also begun. The first batch consisted of 3,000 people. At this time, the city had already built some simple walls and some houses. The ones responsible for their safety were 500 soldiers from North Town City, including 200 spearmen, 200 archers, and 100 barbarian soldiers. After the construction of the camp was completed, Su Len would send more people to build the city. After returning to Northern Citadel, Su Lun rested for a day before going to the central square of the city. He planned to build the Martyr's Palace. Some people said that tower didn't sound nice, but now it was changed to palace. The Martyr's Palace and the Arc de Triomphe would be built as a set. Su Len planned to build both on the same central axis. The main road of North Town City would pass through the Arc de Triomphe and reach the central plaza before reaching the Martyr's Palace. When Su Len was building the city, he had reserved a lot of empty land. There was also a lot of space in the central plaza. Su Len had specially reserved a piece of land for the Martyr's Palace. After deciding to build the Martyr's Palace, the construction team from North Town City quickly arrived. The construction team had plenty of experience, so they had no problem building the basic structure of the Martyr's Palace. After Su Len gave them the blueprints of the Martyr's Palace, the construction team began construction. The construction of the Martyr's Palace required a lot of marble, and some places even required obsidian. The blueprint of the Martyr's Palace was tall and majestic. The entire structure was built with stone. There were many murals and sculptures inside the Martyr's Palace, depicting legends and battles that North Town City had experienced. After arranging the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Su Len only needed to visit it every day. Once the construction was complete, he also needed to place 2 battle soul stones inside the Martyr's Palace. Only then would the Martyr's Palace be considered complete. Without the battle soul stones, the Martyr's Palace would only be a grand hall at most. It wouldn't have any special effects. Adept Tower, Astrology Platform. After a satisfying battle, Su Len shifted into a more comfortable position. He had just gotten his fill. His fighting spirit had soared after living in the desert for more than a month. After venting, his body felt refreshed. By the time he got out of bed, it was already late in the morning. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Su Len's nose. Several body scents mixed together, intoxicating Su Len. 4 beautiful faces entered his sight. He had tormented himself quite a bit last night. Even the little succubus Chris and dragon warlock Phyllis, who had powerful physiques, were exhausted. There were still traces of last night's frenzy on their bodies. Their smooth, delicate skin and astonishing elasticity gave him the urge to do it again. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to let the exhausted women go. Using his strong willpower, Su Len forced himself to get up from the soft and fragrant bed. He picked up a set of neatly folded clothes from the bedside cabinet. It was a loose robe, a style that the nobles of the northern lands usually liked to wear. After putting on the clothes, Su Len patted their full, round buttocks a few times. The full moon swayed back and forth like a jelly, abnormally alluring. What are you doing? Annoying, I want to sleep some more, I'm so sleepy, don't disturb me. I'll sleep some more. They rolled over and pulled their blankets to get out of bed. Time to wake up. Su Len couldn't help but pinch the jelly. However, the women on the bed were unwilling to get up. Su Len smiled and pretended to be happy. You don't want to get up? Since the weather is so good, let's do some morning exercises. With that, he pulled Alex up by the waist and curled his legs into a triangular stabilizing position. No, I'll get up right away. Hearing Su Len's words, Hathaway, Alex, Chris, and Phyllis instantly regained their vitality and scrambled to get up. Don't you want to do some morning exercises? You know, a good day starts in the morning. Su Len pretended to be very regretful and said. The women rolled their eyes and got up with a frown. The breakfast in the Wizard Tower was very simple, but it was made with great care. Milk, bread, and a few pieces of delicious ham were all it took. After lunch, Su Len and Hathaway went to the laboratory, and then took out the high-grade golem he obtained from the desert ruins, this time from the storage space. A 3-meter-tall golem covered in silver-white metal appeared in the laboratory. This is the golem you encountered in the desert ruins? It looks very powerful. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw the golem. This kind of high-grade golem looked extraordinary at first glance, with a strong sense of science fiction in the interstellar era. Yes, this thing was very difficult to deal with in the underground ruins. If it weren't for the lack of maintenance for thousands of years and the lack of weight, it would have been very difficult to take it down. Sulen patted the golem and said, "You don't know, but this high-grade golem has a powerful equipment, the elemental fissure light blade. This thing is very destructive, and its sharpness is amazing. Ordinary weapons will break with just a touch, and in terms of sharpness alone, it has surpassed legendary weapons." Elemental fissure light blade? Are you sure? Hearing Sulen's words, Hathaway immediately asked in surprise. "Yes, I've seen it used." Hathaway said with a look of joy, "The elemental fissure light blade is a very powerful technology. Weapons made with this technology can reach the power of divine weapons, and can break the divine power field of gods and cause damage to gods." So powerful. Sulen looked surprised, and then asked a little strangely, "Then why did I feel that it was only at the legendary level when I encountered it last time?" This technology was first developed by the great arcanists to deal with the abominations. The abominations have the same divine power field as the gods. Later, when the arcanists and the gods went to war, this weapon was used to deal with the gods. When you encountered it, their energy was almost exhausted, so naturally, it was impossible to activate the strongest level. You should know that the elemental fissure light blade is a charged weapon. To reach the power of a divine weapon, it needs to be infused with all the energy of the elemental pool. As for reaching the power of killing gods, the energy required is even more powerful. Only a strategic building at the level of the floating city can support it. So strong. Sulen was slightly surprised. Fortunately, these golems had lost their abundant energy. Otherwise, if this thing had reached the level of a divine weapon, Sulen would have been in danger at that time. Chapter 407. Elemental splitting light blade was just one of the technologies used to fight against the gods in the era of the Arcane Empire. Other powerful weapons such as Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon, Arcane Crystal Energy Annihilation Cannon, etc. During the era of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists began to study a topic: how to kill a god. In theory, the easiest way to kill a god was when the god descended in the form of a saint. The power of the god would be greatly limited in the form of a saint. The best opportunity to kill a god in history was during the Avatar Crisis. At that time, the Avatar Crisis broke out, and all the gods were forced to descend into the world. They were also cut off from the divine kingdom and lost most of their power. When the Avatar Crisis came, many gods fell, and that was also the time when the mortals had the highest chance of becoming a god. At that time, there were records of mortals who succeeded in killing a god and became a god. But if it wasn't for the Avatar Crisis, it would be very difficult to kill a god. The divine shield used by the gods to protect themselves was enough to withstand dozens of legendary spells at once, and this divine shield had a rapid recovery effect. As long as the divine power in the divine kingdom was abundant, the divine shield would be quickly repaired. The best way to break a god's divine shield was to directly break through the upper limit of the god's divine shield with powerful energy. The strength of this thing was similar to the floating space city's enigmatic protective force field. After a large number of arcanists studied and calculated, they came to a conclusion that if they wanted to break a god's divine shield, they must use spells above the 12th circle. Only a spell of such power could kill a deity. Spells above the 9th circle were called legendary spells. Only legendary wizards could cast such powerful spells, and it was even more difficult to cast a 12th circle spell. In the records of the Arcane Kingdom, there were only a few great arcanists who had successfully cast a 12th circle spell, and the one who had successfully killed a god was Khasis. After all, the power of Khasis's self-explosion was too strong. This was one of the reasons why the war between the gods and the Arcane Empire broke out. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, many spells above the 9th circle had been lost. Only a few of them had been passed down, and they were all hidden by the wizard organizations and not shown to others. It was said that these lost legendary spells were actually destroyed by the gods. Of course, it was not as if the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom did not leave behind a backup plan. In many hidden corners of the multiverse, or in some ancient ruins, legendary spells were still preserved. Even when the Arcane Kingdom was defeated, the floating city still managed to escape. Sulan also wanted to control this power. Although he did not plan to kill a god, for his own safety, he had to control this power. As for entrusting his safety to the mercy of the gods, Suluan would not make such a mistake. In Sulan's previous life on the Blue Planet, history had taught him over and over again how unreliable it was to rely on other people's promises. The most obvious example was Ukraine. When the Red Bears disintegrated, Ukraine became independent. When Ukraine was independent, it had hundreds of thousands of troops, aircraft, artillery, tanks, and missiles. It even had 1,000 nuclear warheads. In the end, it was tricked by the NATO countries and destroyed all its nuclear warheads for only $10 million. At the same time, it also got a promise that it would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine. As a result, Ukraine really believed it. Of course, there were also economic reasons. They were too poor. In the end, all nuclear weapons were destroyed. After the destruction of nuclear weapons, what happened to Ukraine in the end? From the world's third strongest military power, it became a small country that was bullied at will. If Ukraine could leave behind nuclear weapons, then they would now be an important force to maintain the world's nuclear peace, instead of an insignificant small country that was wantonly bullied. This high-level golem is for you to study. See if you can repair it for my use. Sulan patted the high-level golem and said, "Okay, I'll try to repair it." Hathaway looked at the golem and said, "This golem is not badly damaged. Although its legs and head were cut off, the core of the golem's soul is not damaged. I'll try to reconnect the legs and head. This golem contains too much knowledge that I haven't mastered. I think after careful study, I'll definitely master a lot of precious high-level knowledge." Sulan nodded. "Then it's up to you. If this one is not enough, then I'll go to those ancient ruins to look. There are so many ruins, it's still possible to find one or two high-level golems. By the way, did you find the super arcane crystal pulse cannon in the desert ruins this time? This thing is the main attack method of the wizard tower. Our wizard tower doesn't have this kind of strategic weapon yet," Hathaway said. "The super arcane crystal pulse cannon, I haven't seen this thing in the ruins." Sulan shook his head and said, "There are not many weapons of this level that can be left until now." The super arcane crystal pulse cannon was also known as the magic cannon. This kind of weapon did not need to be loaded with ammunition, injected with energy, and then fired with a bang. In fact, the super arcane crystal pulse cannon looked like a pillar, about 15 meters tall and slightly conical. The energy was provided by the elemental pool, and it was very powerful. When it was fired, a strong beam of light would appear. This beam of light was very fast, and at the same time, it had strong penetrative and destructive power. The lowest power was a level 9 spell, and the highest could reach level 11 or even level 12. After giving the golem to Hathaway, Sulan left the wizard tower. After returning to the Lord's castle, Sulan checked the territory's accounts. The wizard tower spent the most money. On average, it cost 250,000 kinnar to buy materials every month. The rest was the military and construction expenses of the northern town, and the immigration expenses. In this way, although there were hot products such as white sugar, paper, and rum, the northern town still spent more than it earned. If it weren't for the mineral support of the underground world, the northern town would have been unable to make ends meet. As for the construction of the floating space tower and even the floating space city in the future, the cost was even more astronomical. According to the estimation of the Arcane Kingdom, the construction of a floating space tower would cost about 50 million kinnar, and the construction of a floating space city would cost more than 1 billion kinnar. Of course, this was only the capital, and there were many resources that money couldn't buy. Just like the mice energy nucleus, who could buy it? Without the mice energy nucleus, the floating space city couldn't fly even if it was built. The mice energy nucleus was said to be a magical item created by the Arcane Kingdom in the early days with the help of the goddess of Arcana. The energy of the mice energy nucleus covered a radius of 1.6 kilometers, which was more than enough to build a floating space city with a population of 50,000. However, due to the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods, there wouldn't be a new mice energy nucleus. At that time, the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom also studied another alternative, called the elemental furnace. The theoretical knowledge of the elemental furnace wasn't profound. It could obtain a huge amount of energy through the fission of elements. However, although the energy provided by the fission of elements was large, it still couldn't compare to the mice energy nucleus. This technology was later used in the floating space tower. Later, the arcanists developed a more powerful elemental furnace technology, elemental fusion. The energy produced by elemental fusion was 10 times or 100 times more than elemental fission, but this technology was broken through too late. At the end of the war, this technology was born. The emergence of this technology didn't help the success of the Arcane Kingdom. The breakthrough of elemental fusion made the emergence of the super-large floating space city possible. However, the elemental furnace, elemental fission, and elemental fusion were all high-end information in the era of the Arcane Kingdom. Hathaway only knew a few words, and it was difficult to obtain this technology. It could only be studied slowly. In fact, Sulen still had some information about elemental fission. He had obtained some superficial information about elemental fission from a relic when he was in the underground world. Sulen checked the affairs of the northern citadel during this period. The little succubus Chrissy had handled it well. There were no mistakes in the city. After checking all the affairs, Sulen began to think about how to open up new sources of income. One of the reasons why the northern citadel could be built so quickly was because of sufficient funds. He also wanted to install the arcane crystal rail cannon for the wizard tower. Although Sulen didn't know how this thing was made, Sulen knew that its value was certainly not low. First, he went to the warehouse. Sulen stored the arcane gold coins he had obtained from the storage space, as well as the more than 300 magic gems he had found in the relic. These things were almost enough to cover the expenses of the wizard tower for a while. After leaving the warehouse, Sulen went to the winery. The most popular product in the winery was vodka. However, although vodka was sold in large quantities, its price was slightly lower. The price of rum was higher, but the production of rum was low. Sulen thought for a moment and decided to try to see if he could make perfume. The process of making perfume was actually not difficult. On one hand, it required a high concentration of alcohol, and on the other hand, it was a problem of spices. The high concentration of alcohol could be obtained by distillation. It was not difficult to make the utensils for distilling alcohol. Sulen asked 2 skilled craftsmen to make a set according to his blueprint, and then through repeated distillation, a high concentration of alcohol was obtained. There were more types of spices. Spices could be extracted from various flowers, and then the extracted spices and alcohol were mixed according to a certain ratio. Then, a simple perfume could be obtained. It was not difficult to extract spices from flowers. The simplest way was to mash the flowers and filter them. Although the technology in this world was not as advanced as in his previous life, in many cases, the effect of spells was no weaker than that of technology, or even stronger. Chapter 408. North Town's Mysterious Territory. Many harpies were harvesting all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory. The mysterious territory had been restored for almost a year. It was a world of difference from the barren and dilapidated state it was in at the beginning. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. There were 2 rows of tall trees on both sides of the straight road. In the distance, there were lush flower fields. On the other side of the flower fields, there were all kinds of strange plants. After such a long time of restoration, all kinds of magical plants had been planted in the planting area of the mysterious territory. Most of the magical plants bloomed. In order to make perfume, Sulen planned to collect all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory to make perfume. Perfume, or rather, perfume-like products, existed in this world. One of the more popular ones was the rose nectar produced in the kingdom of Caloransa. This rose nectar was very expensive. A small bottle of about 30 milliliters of rose nectar was sold for 50 gold nars. Of course, there were many other kinds of flower dews apart from rose dew. Sulen had seen the rose dew. In fact, it was very similar to perfume. Sulen's perfume did not have an absolute advantage. Therefore, he planned to mix the fragrance of the perfume while adding plant essential oils to the perfume. In his previous life, Sulen had always been single. However, one of his friends deliberately learned how to make perfume and lipstick in order to chase his girlfriend. He then made the perfume and lipstick in the school's laboratory for the girl he liked. Since he was going to give the perfume and lipstick to someone, he could not use cheap materials. Therefore, he bought some rose oil and added it to the perfume and lipstick. In the end, the perfume and lipstick were indeed very good. This guy even asked Sulen to help him. Therefore, Sulen basically knew the process of making the perfume and lipstick. After making the perfume and lipstick, his friend excitedly ran to the girl's dormitory with the lipstick and perfume, ready to confess his love. He heard that the girl was very touched and encouraged him to continue working hard. Then, she got into a Ferrari and left. Normal perfume was made with alcohol, some essence, and some retention agent. The retention agent was usually a spice. It was mainly used to balance and stabilize the perfume, making the perfume last longer. For example, musk, frankincense, and so on. As for those high-end perfumes, in addition to these, they usually add rose essential oil or other plant essential oils. Plant essential oil was very expensive. His friend bought a bottle of about 10 milliliters of it and spent 1,000 yuan. Rose essential oil was expensive because it was difficult to obtain. After the roses were picked in the morning, the yellowish-brown rose essential oil had to be extracted within 24 hours. It took about 5 tons of petals to extract 2 pounds of rose essential oil. It was easy to imagine why those high-grade perfume from Gauls were so expensive. Just a 50 milliliters bottle of perfume could be sold for a few thousand yuan. Northern Citadel didn't have a large area for roses, but there were a lot of flower fields in the secret territory. The largest one was the purple tulips. When Sulen discovered the secret territory, there were already a lot of purple tulips here. Even now, these magic tulips were still flourishing. Aside from the purple tulips, there were also magic mandala flowers, purple lingling flowers, and many other magic plants. Apart from a few petals that could be used as magic materials, most of these magic plants didn't have any other uses. Sulen planned to collect the flowers of these magic plants and extract their essential oil. After seeing the harpies collect a lot of petals, Sulen began to extract the essential oil. Although this world didn't have the advanced machines of his previous world, most of the time, magic could also do this. The bloodline extraction runic array could not only extract bloodlines, but also other substances after some simple modifications. There was also a laboratory in the secret territory. Sulen drew a modified extraction runic array in the laboratory. Then, he placed the 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals in the center of the runic array. As soon as the 100 kilograms of petals were taken out, the surrounding air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. With a snap of his fingers, the energy channel of the laboratory opened and the energy of the elemental pool entered the laboratory. After connecting to the energy of the elemental pool, a light flashed and the runic array began to operate. The light gathered and the mandala flower petals in the runic array quickly disappeared. In a short while, all the mandala flower petals were engulfed by the light. Then, the runic array operated for 10 minutes before stopping. When all the light dissipated, the mandala flower petals that were originally placed in the runic array had all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a transparent liquid and some gray powder. The liquid was the mandala flower's essential oil. As for the powder, it was the waste of the essential oil extraction. After a snap of his fingers, Sulen took out a crystal bottle and stored the mandala flower's essential oil. Compared to the amount of essential oil produced by the petals in his previous world, the amount of essential oil produced by the magic mandala flower was obviously higher. 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals produced a total of 200 milliliters of essential oil. The essential oil was transparent with a tinge of yellowish brown. The fragrance of the essential oil was very strong. Sulen let the system appraise it and checked its attributes. Mandala flower essential oil, the essential oil extracted from the magic mandala flower. It has a strong fragrance and can restore mental strength, detoxify, excite, and restore youth. Note, it needs to be diluted before use. After successfully extracting the mandala flower essential oil, Sulen started to mix the perfume. The various spices in the northern city had already been prepared. Sulen chose a few of them to mix. To be honest, this kind of work didn't suit him. However, he hadn't found a suitable candidate, so Sulen could only make do for now. After dissolving the various spices with alcohol, he added a small amount of water. Finally, he added the mandala flower essential oil in a 10:1 ratio. After mixing evenly, a bottle of perfume was completed. Magical perfume, unnamed, a special perfume made from datura flower essence and other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time. It has the effect of recovering MP, detoxifying, delaying aging, and restoring youth. Fragrance plus 20, stamina recovery plus 8, poison removal plus 10, charm plus 10, delaying aging plus 12, charm plus 20. Note, the perfume effect lasts for 7 days. Can be used 1010 times. After using the perfume, when casting charm or other spells on others, magic power plus 10. This perfume effect is not bad. Sulen was a little surprised after seeing the effect. This perfume effect was surprisingly good. Not only did it have the effect of a perfume, but it also had the effect of slowing aging, charm, and detoxifying. After using this perfume, one's body would be buffed with a layer of buff. Sulen named this bottle of magic perfume Fatal Temptation. He then stored it in a natural purple magic crystal. Next, Sulen started to make the magic perfume again. After all, he had a lot of wives and 2 little maids. 1 bottle of perfume was not enough. Other than Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Angela, and the 2 little maids, Karina and Grace would definitely need the perfume too. In this way, Sulen would have to make at least 8 bottles of magic perfume. The good thing was that all the ingredients were prepared. As long as he followed the steps, he could easily make the perfume. However, Sulen did not want to make a perfume like Fatal Temptation, so he made some simple adjustments while making the perfume. Soon, the second bottle of magic potion was made. Sulen opened the system to identify it. This bottle of perfume was a little different from the previous bottle. This bottle of perfume had the same effect as the previous one, but the values were a little different. Next, Sulen started to experiment while making the perfume. After a few tries, he finally made the best perfume formula. Sulen stretched his body and looked at the magic perfume in front of him. This was no longer a simple perfume. Even if he wanted to sell it, the price would be very high. This thing could only be sold to the female wizards. If Sulen wanted to sell the perfume, he could only make a more ordinary version. The most important thing for this kind of magic perfume to have such a powerful effect was the ingredients. As long as he replaced the magical plants and flowers with ordinary plants and flowers, it would be fine. Next, Sulen used the same method to make a bottle of perfume with ordinary ingredients. Perfume, unnamed, a perfume made with datura flower essential oil and some other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time, fragrance overflow plus 15, charm plus 15, aphrodisiac plus 5. Note, the effect lasts for 3 days. Number of uses, 10/10. After seeing the attributes of the perfume, Sulen nodded in satisfaction. Although this perfume was not as good as the magic perfume, it was much better than the rose dew from the kingdom of Caloranza. He believed that as long as the noble ladies had used this perfume, they would not let it go. Sulen planned to sell this perfume. As for the magic perfume, he did not plan to sell it for the time being. However, after he decided to make the perfume, he would have to open up some flower fields in the northern city. There was a lot of fertile land outside the northern city. It would be a waste to use it to grow flowers. After some consideration, Sulen decided to open up a flower field near the Mirror Lake City. There was also a lot of land in the Mirror Lake City, but without the buff of the harvest altar, it was just right to grow flowers. After making the decision, Sulen ordered the refugees to open up 3,000 mu of land near the Mirror Lake City to grow flowers. Sulen purposely picked the plants, including roses, lavender, datura flowers, tulips, and more than a dozen other plants. These flowers were the most popular ones. Chapter 409. Is this the perfume you made? Does it really have the effects you said? Chris held an amethyst bottle and played with it curiously. Sulen smiled slightly and said, "Of course it does. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Okay. Chris immediately opened the crystal bottle and sprayed a few times on herself. It smells so good. As soon as she sprayed it out, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. At the same time, Chris, who was already very beautiful, seemed to have a faint aura around her body at this moment. She became even more beautiful and looked charming. Even Sulen, who was used to seeing beauties, was a little dazed after seeing Chris's current appearance. After a few seconds, Sulen reacted. He snapped his fingers and a light flashed. Then, a water mirror as tall as a person appeared in the room. Look at the effect. Is this the effect of the perfume? Chris looked at her figure in the water mirror and said in surprise. Of course. Sulen smiled slightly. Chris's figure instantly wrapped around Sulen like a beautiful snake. Then, she said with a charming face, "Master, do you have any more of this perfume? Give it all to me, okay?" As she spoke, she secretly touched Sulen's lower body with her small hand. You are provoking a war. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Sulen raised his eyebrows and said. Who's afraid of who? I will make you surrender tonight. Hearing Sulen's words, the little succubus said stubbornly, but the movement of her hands stopped. Although the little succubus's combat power was the best among the few girls, she was still defeated when facing Sulen alone. This proud little succubus who liked to train her subordinates was a little guilty, but she didn't want to give up on the magic perfume. She said weakly, "Please, master." As she spoke, the little succubus said with a righteous expression, "And these perfume are the best for me to use. Besides, master is the one who enjoys it in the end." Master, how about I help you deal with Hathaway? We succubi have a lot of skills that you haven't tried yet. Okay, I'll give you another bottle of perfume. Looking at the little succubus in front of him, Sulen held his forehead. You sold Hathaway for a bottle of perfume. You are really arrogant. If Hathaway finds out, she will hang you up and spank your little butt. Sulen shook his head and gave her another bottle of the magic perfume. In fact, it was easy for the little succubus who was good at talking to deal with Hathaway. Thank you, master. The little succubus quickly snatched the bottle of perfume and glanced at Sulen with satisfaction. She turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Sulen shook his head and went to find the others with the rest of the perfume. They were all pleasantly surprised after using the great magic perfume Sulen gave them. They were very satisfied with Sulen's gift. Hathaway even pestered Sulen for the method of making the magic perfume. She wanted to try making some herself. The construction of the Martyr's Palace in northern Battlefront City was progressing very quickly. Due to the abundant manpower and equipment in northern Battlefront City, the difficulty of the construction had decreased by a lot. They could even ask for help from Lorraine and Andre if they needed to solve some difficult problems. The construction of the Martyr's Palace changed every day. According to the current progress of the project, it would only take a month or two to complete the magnificent Martyr's Palace. After patrolling the entire city, Su Len left with 2 squads of soldiers. The one in charge was the commander of the sniper battalion, Kane. Due to the expansion of his territory and the construction of the new city, Su Len sent out the heroes under his command. In order to ensure the safety of the new city, Su Len sent Boulder and Johnson over. With the 2 of them there, even a legendary enemy wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 2 barbarians who had activated deity descent. Su Len was now a Grand Duke. When he went out, he had the corresponding etiquette and guards. He couldn't go out alone. He didn't want to expose himself when he went to the Desert Kingdom to search for ruins, so he didn't bring anyone with him. Now that he was in his own territory, he couldn't do that. After leaving Northtown City, the group headed straight for Mirror Lake City. The road between Northtown City and Mirror Lake City was only slightly repaired. Su Len frowned slightly. He planned to have the City Hall repair the road when he returned. He planned to connect Mirror Lake City, New City, and Centaur City with roads starting from Northern Town City. The roads would be 4 meters wide, and all of them would have to be paved with stones or stone slabs. This way, even if it rained, the roads wouldn't become muddy and difficult to walk on. The construction of the roads in Northwind Duchy was a huge project. It would take a lot of time to complete. As Northwind Duchy grew stronger, so would his territory. The construction of new cities and roads would continue. This project might be even larger than the construction of North Town. According to Su Luan's requirements, a 4-meter-wide roadside needed to be paved with stones or slates, and open space on both sides of the road needed to be cleared. In this era, it was equivalent to the highway in his previous life. This kind of project required a lot of manpower and funds. Currently, Beifeng Principality was using refugees and slaves. Now, they only needed to pay some food and points. However, 3 years later, the slaves and refugees would regain their freedom and become citizens of Beifeng Principality. At that time, it would cost even more money to hire them again. After building the roads, Su Len was very clear about the cost. It was cheaper in the city, but in the wilderness, the further away from the city, the higher the cost. The cost of building a 1-kilometer-long road was already over 20,000 gold. This was because Northwind Duchy didn't need to buy many resources. It was no wonder that the lords weren't willing to spend money to build roads. Even if they wanted to build roads, they only needed to clear the weeds and fill in the roads. As for hardening the roads, only Su Len would do that. Mirror Lake City was 50 kilometers away from Northtown City. Su Len and his army arrived in the morning. In fact, if he let the Pegasus run, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the city. However, although the horses the others were riding were also high-quality military horses, they were still worlds apart from the Pegasus. When they arrived at Mirror Lake City, the Pegasus snorted unhappily. It was clearly unhappy that Su Len didn't let it run at full speed. Su Len patted the Pegasus' head to calm it down. Then, under the guidance of Occam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, they entered the city. Mirror Lake City was much smaller than Northtown City. According to the plan, the city's permanent population was set at 50,000. However, there were only 20,000 people in the city right now. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The mansion wasn't big, and there were many places that hadn't been completed yet. Su Len sat down in the main hall. "Master, welcome to Mirror Lake City," Occam said respectfully. Su Len leaned back in his chair. The chair he was sitting on was covered in beautiful winter wolf fur. It was very soft. Mirror Lake City has been developing well recently. It's all because of your leadership. No need to flatter me. Su Len glanced at him. You did this. If you didn't kill that legendary water spirit, Mirror Lake City wouldn't be able to develop. It's all because of you, Occam said firmly. Su Len shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Are there any other monsters around Mirror Lake City? My lord, ever since you killed the water demon last time, there have been no more powerful demonic beasts here. The ones with average strength have been taken care of by us. However, there are still some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. Their numbers have been greatly reduced after our Mirror Lake City's army wiped them out. For this reason, we have an additional 2,000 slaves. Good job, Sulen nodded and continued. We can't let down our guard around the city. Let the city guards clean up the area regularly to prevent those monsters from destroying the farms. I came to Mirror Lake City to see how much land has been reclaimed. How much land has been reclaimed in Mirror Lake City? Mirror Lake City has reclaimed 14,000 acres of land. 10,000 acres have been planted with potatoes and wheat. The remaining 4,000 acres have just been reclaimed and haven't been planted yet, Occam said after thinking for a moment. Sulen nodded and didn't say anything. The data was the same as what was on his system panel. Don't plant the 4,000 acres of land yet. I have a use for it, Sulen said. Understood. I'll tell them not to plant it. Occam nodded and hesitated. Master, what do you plan to plant? Plant flowers. Sulen said calmly. Flowers? Occam frowned after hearing Sulen's words. The other officials in Mirror Lake City were also surprised. However, this was Sulen's decision and they could only follow it. You don't think it's possible? Sulen took a sip of tea and said. I'm sorry, Master. I don't understand why you want to plant flowers. Mirror Lake City can't be self-sufficient with food. Occam said. Sulen nodded. He was satisfied with Occam's attitude. He took out a crystal bottle and placed it on the table. This is the newest product that North Wind Principality has just developed. It's called perfume. It has the same effect as the rose dew from Colorama Kingdom. This perfume is very popular on the continent. To produce it, we need a lot of flowers. That's why I'm planning to plant flowers in Mirror Lake City. Thank you for your explanation, Master, Occam said respectfully. The production of perfume requires a lot of flowers. This will be another important product in Northtown City. Next, I will send you more men and more food. Chapter 410. Originally, Suluan planned to plant 3,000 mu of land first, but he didn't expect that there were 4,000 mu of open land in Jinghu City. Then he planted all kinds of flowers, such as roses, jasmine, lavender, violets, tulips, datura, and so on. Mirror Lake City had plenty of water and sunlight, so it was very suitable for planting flowers. Sulen asked the caravan to buy a lot of flowers for them to plant. It also took time for flowers to grow. In order to produce perfume, Suluan asked people to collect some wildflowers first. Now it was the midsummer season, and wildflowers were everywhere in the wilderness. With some effort, they could still pick a lot. After staying in Mirror Lake City for a day, Sulen brought people back to Northtown City. Sulen picked a piece of land in Northtown City and asked the workers to build a perfume factory there. It was called a factory, but it wasn't much bigger than a private workshop. However, a sparrow might be small, but it had all the essentials. The perfume Sulen was going to make wasn't difficult. The blacksmiths in Northtown City could make all the tools they needed. Even if the blacksmiths couldn't make the tools, they could make one with magic. Sulen then arranged for some workers to learn the steps of making perfume. The workers in the winery purified the alcohol, and the materials were mixed in the factory. The only technical difficulty was the production of the flower essential oil, which needed to be extracted from runes. Fortunately, the amount of flower essential oil used wasn't a lot. Sulen only needed to spend some time to produce a dozen kilograms, and it would be enough for them to use for a long time. After everything was ready, the factory started to produce the perfume. The good perfume was all bottled in beautiful natural crystals. These crystals were of high quality, and after being polished by professional craftsmen, the bottles alone were worth a lot. In order to sell a product at a high price, Other than the quality of the product itself, another important factor was the packaging. Just like in his previous life, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were all kinds of beautifully packaged mooncakes in the shopping malls. A box cost thousands of yuan, and there were only 5 or 6 mooncakes in it. The cost was at most a dozen yuan, but the packaging could instantly increase the price by dozens of times. If he wanted to sell the perfume at a high price, he naturally had to prepare beautiful packaging for it. It had to be the kind that looked expensive at first glance. When some of these perfumes were produced, Su Len would sell them. Currently, there were more than 30 caravans trading with North Town City, such as sugar and rum. Each of these caravans was backed by a great noble or a direct member of the royal family. There was no need to worry about the sales of such high-end perfume. As for the price, it was set at 50 kinar per bottle. Of course, considering that the perfume was a new product, the merchants were doubtful. Su Len gave them a condition. After buying 50 bottles of perfume, they could add 50 kilograms of sugar or 200 bottles of rum. Su Len had never released the sales of the goods that were in high demand in Northern Town City. Instead, they used a trading certificate system. In other words, they were selling them in limited quantities. It was hunger marketing. This method had been used by many merchants in his previous life. However, in this world, Su Len was the first to use it. The advantage of doing so was that their goods could be sold at a higher price. After all, if they were to sell freely, even if they had a lot of luxury goods like white sugar, they would become worthless. He did not intend to sell his sugar and rum at a cheap price. What good would it do him if it became cheap? Earn more money. Small profits but quick turnover. He would only do that if he lost his mind. He only needed to sell 1% of the perfume to make a huge profit. Why would he sell all of it to suppress the profits? No one was competing with him. This time, in order to increase the sales of the perfume, Su Len used the method of bundling sales. The merchants who wanted more sugar could only accept this method. The first batch of perfume produced 2,000 bottles. As long as each merchant bought 100 bottles, they could all be sold. Even if there were some left, Su Len would let the caravans in Northern Town City sell them. After the feedback, they would continue to produce the perfume. Even if they only sold 2,000 bottles of perfume per month, according to the price of 50 kinar, they could still bring in 100,000 kinar per month. It would take a lot of money to build a kingdom from poverty. Su Len had to keep making money. After handing over the perfume matter, Su Len had nothing to do and started to wander around the city. Because of the large number of adventurers who came to Northern Town City, these adventurers would often go to the wilderness to search for treasures. Therefore, there was a special market here. Occasionally, there would be some good stuff for sale. Su Len planned to try his luck at this market. Maybe he could find something useful. Since it was in the city, Su Len did not bring any guards with him. He went alone. This market used to be called the Black Market. It was located on the street next to the mission hall. Even the Black Market was under the supervision of Northern Town City. When Su Len arrived, there were still many people in the Black Market. There were stalls on both sides of the street. All kinds of strange items were piled up messily on the stalls. Some were materials from ferocious beasts, some were unknown things found in ancient ruins, and some were materials from magical plants or magical beasts. Of course, in addition to these, there were also some unscrupulous merchants selling all kinds of fake goods. For example, some merchants held a few pieces of metal and insisted that they were fragments of divine items. Some of them dug up porcelain jars from ancient ruins and insisted that they were magical equipment made by wizards. Some of them were even more ridiculous. They held some obsidian or polished bones and said that they were enchanted by wizards or shamans. They could protect themselves and drive away evil spirits. Su Len saw a guy like that in front of him who kept on recommending. This guy was not tall, less than 1.7 meters, but his body was very fat. His face was cunning, and he looked like a profiteer. If he was not a profiteer, it would be a pity for him to look like one. Hey, look at you. You're going on an adventure, aren't you? Don't go. I'm a proper merchant. I have a lot of things you need in the wilderness. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Sulen did not want to talk to him. He was about to take a detour. However, the fat man was not discouraged. He turned around and continued to promote. You must be a new adventurer. The wilderness is not a safe place. You'll be at a disadvantage if you rush in like this. I have amulets here. They're enchanted by wizards and can drive away the undead. I also have holy water. Not only can it deal with monsters, but it can also heal injuries. Oh right, there's also this. It's a wilderness survival guide. I spent a lot of money to hire over 100 adventurers who often go deep into the wasteland to write this book. It records the various monsters in the wasteland, the places where they often appear, and some dangerous areas. It's definitely worth the money. Wendern followed Sulen and kept on recommending all kinds of products. However, Sulen kept on walking and ignored him. Seeing this, Wendell gritted his teeth, trotted 2 steps to the front of Suluan, and directly blocked his way. He spread his feet, grabbed his collar with both hands, and then, like a perverted exhibitionist, directly lifted his clothes with a swish. Suluan was startled, thinking that he had encountered a pervert. He almost took out his storm battle halberd and smashed him away. As a result, after this guy opened his clothes, he found that the inside of his clothes was filled with all kinds of goods. What do you think? These are all my collections. Do you like any of them? Tell me and I'll sell them to you at a cheap price. I like you, so I'm selling them to you. Sulen glanced at them. They were either wood carvings, stone carvings, or things made of broken bones. He was about to leave when he suddenly felt a strange energy wave. Looking closely, it was a somewhat strange statue. This statue should be made of some kind of wood, but Sulen did not recognize it. The statue's carving was rough and looked like it was made by an apprentice. The statue looked like a priest who was kneeling and praying. However, the strange thing was that there was a hole in the statue's heart. Sulen felt that the statue in front of him contained a very strange energy, which gave Sulen a familiar feeling. You like this prayer amulet? You have a good eye. After Wendern noticed Sulen's gaze, his eyes lit up and he immediately took off the statue amulet. I asked a master to carve this prayer amulet, and then I took it to a senior priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. The effect is very strong. With this amulet, ghosts, skeletons, and undead will have to retreat. As he spoke, Wendern handed over the amulet. Sulen reached out and took it. The statue amulet did not feel rough like wood. On the contrary, its surface was very smooth, as if it was wrapped in a layer of paste. The statue was of a woman. The woman's eyes were closed slightly, as if she was praying. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She looked very peaceful, but it gave Sulen a strange feeling. The smile on the woman's mouth looked more like a mockery. Where did you get this statue? Sulen suddenly interrupted Wendern's chatter. I asked a master to carve this statue, and then I asked a priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. This is the best amulet I have. It only costs 5 kinnar. Sulen stared coldly at Wendern and did not speak. After seeing Sulen's gaze, Wendern smiled and then made a gesture. How about 4 kinnar? More? Then 3. Take it as a sign of friendship. This was blessed by the priest. 2.5 kinnar. I can't go any lower. You have to let me make some money. Wendern gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 4:11. Sulen threw him 3 kinnar and then asked, Tell me where you got this statue. Wendern quickly used the kinnar, and even the rogue couldn't keep up with his speed. Then he put it in his mouth and bit it with his black and yellow teeth. You really have good taste. This amulet of mine is from, don't say that again, or I'll let the city guards send you to prison. Seeing that he was about to speak, Sulen reminded him coldly. What bullshit priest's blessing? Although there were energy fluctuations on it, it was definitely not a priest's blessing. And Su Len suspected that this guy didn't even know that there was energy on the statue. Windurn opened his mouth, but after seeing Sullen's cold eyes, he obediently swallowed the next words back into his stomach. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I accidentally picked up this amulet. Where did you pick it up? Su Len asked. On the road outside the city. Su Len was silent for a while. It was not easy to find the owner of this statue if he picked it up outside the city. After confirming that he couldn't get any useful information, Su Len waved at the city guards not far away, and 2 city guards immediately came over. Arrest him and send him to prison. The crime is selling fake goods. Yes, sir. Sir, please don't, sir, I was blind, I didn't know it was you, I'll give you the money, please let me go this time. After seeing the city guards coming over, Windurn already felt that something was wrong, but before he could escape, he was directly captured. Su Len waved his hand and motioned to take him away. After dealing with the profiteer, Su Len didn't want to continue shopping and left the market with the statue he just bought. After returning, Su Len took the statue directly to the wizard tower and then found Hathaway. Aren't you making perfume? How come you have time to find me? Hathaway took off her gold-rimmed glasses and said. Look at this thing. Su Len took out the statue and said. Hathaway took the statue in Sullen's hand and looked at it, and said hesitantly, This is, evil god statue? Su Len nodded. It should be, the power in it should be the evil god's divine power. Where did you get it? Is there an evil god in the territory? Hathaway said solemnly. I bought it from a profiteer. According to him, it was picked up outside the city. Su Len poured himself a cup of black tea. So you want to find the original owner of this statue? Hathaway immediately understood Su Len's plan. Su Len nodded and said, Now, we can only try your object-seeking spell. The object-seeking spell also belonged to the divination school, and it was widely used. It could be used to find people based on some objects or even auras. Of course, this spell could only find the general location, and if the other party was also proficient in divination spells, it was likely to be detected and even interfered with. Okay, I'll prepare it now. Hathaway nodded and agreed. Then, Hathaway cast the object-seeking spell on the statue. A light flashed, and Hathaway frowned slightly. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head. The object-seeking spell didn't work. No reaction. Su Len was a little surprised. Hathaway was a little unwilling to give up, so she cast the object-seeking spell again. The result was the same as last time, and she still didn't get any answer. The object-seeking spell didn't work. Did the owner of this thing find out and make preparations in advance? Su Len asked. Hathaway shook her head and said, No. Even if the owner of this statue was proficient in divination spells and made preparations in advance, the object-seeking spell would only show an uncertain answer, but not a blank. Then what does this mean? Su Len asked. There are only 2 reasons for a blank. One is that this item doesn't have an owner, and the other is that the owner of this item isn't in this world. Isn't in this world? Sullen's eyes narrowed. You mean, this item was thrown here by the evil god? That's most likely the case. Hathaway nodded. In order to gain believers, the evil god will do everything possible to put his power into the main material plane. This statue is his bait. This statue will gradually affect the mind of the person who picks it up. In the process, it will subtly influence and tempt the person, and in the end, it will develop the person into its own believer. Ordinary people will be affected after picking it up for 3 to 5 days. Then they will gradually become its believers. Are there many of these things? Su Len picked up the statue and asked. In fact, it's not easy for the evil god to send this thing in, so there are very few of them. Hathaway smiled and said, You should know about the plane's rejection. It's usually very difficult for gods or creatures from the lower plane, upper plane, or astral plane to enter the main material plane. The evil gods instill some power in these statues, and then spend a lot of effort to secretly send these statues to the main material plane. This way, they cultivate believers. When the number of believers is enough, they will even secretly set up a church and perform a large number of sacrifices. They can obtain the evil god's power through sacrifices. Later, they can guide the evil god's clone to descend, or even the evil god himself may descend. Su Len nodded. Under normal circumstances, the evil gods would not descend with their real bodies. The main material plane suppressed them greatly. Usually, a part of their clone would descend to harvest flesh and blood, souls, and faith, and then strengthen themselves. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for the evil gods, demons, devils, angels, and oracles to descend to the main material plane. The usual method was to let the believers in the main material plane use magic circles to summon them. Only with the cooperation of these believers or summoners could they come to the main material plane. This was a kind of self-protection of the main material plane. They should be grateful for this kind of protection. Otherwise, the main material plane would have become a battlefield long ago. Demons and devils were very eager for the many souls in the main material plane. They wanted to enter the main material plane all the time, and it was obvious that the evil god was the same. I should know this evil god, Su Len said as he played with the statue in his hand. You know it? Hathaway was a little surprised. Of course. What do you think is special about this statue? Su Len pointed at the statue and said. Hathaway observed it carefully and said, the heart. There's a hole in the statue's heart. Yes, this statue is very likely that old friend of mine, the Heartless. Su Len smiled. The cultists he had annihilated last time were the cultists of the Heartless. After he discovered that the cultists were causing trouble in northern Garrison City, he directly dealt with them all. Even the cultist's avatar that the Heartless had sent down at that time had been destroyed by Su Luen. Not only did it leave him with a lot of experience, but it also gave him divinity. Back then, the evil god had unwillingly left an evil god mark on Su Len. Clearly, this time, it was very likely that it had sent this statue near North Town City because of the evil god mark. What do you plan to do with this? Hathaway asked. Su Len smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. He snapped his fingers lightly, picked up the evil god statue, and left the wizard tower. Su Len already had an idea about the use of this evil god statue. He was prepared to help this evil god establish a heartless church and let those people believe in him. Of course, this wasn't because Su Len was crazy. He was planning to raise pigs. Since the Heartless was preparing to recruit believers, harvest faith, and souls, Su Len would help him grow. After growing to a certain extent, he could summon the evil god clone of the Heartless. An evil god clone was a good thing. Killing such a clone would not only give a lot of experience, but more importantly, divinity. The evil god clone contained divinity, which was something that could be desired but not sought. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to obtain divinity. In the material plane, there were too few creatures with divinity, and these creatures were very powerful. It was not easy to find these creatures with divinity. Many of them had powerful allies, such as unicorns. Unicorns lived in the elf forest and were protected by the elves. Now that Su Len had discovered the evil god clone, he naturally planned to give it a try. Of course, Su Len had never heard of anyone providing believers for the evil god. This method was very dangerous. The evil god was a very powerful creature. Once this happened, it would be easy to fail. The evil god clone was not stupid. Su Len had to be careful. The evil god clone was not weak. It would not be easy to kill it and steal its divinity. After thinking for a while, Su Len went to the place where the slaves were kept in northern town city. Most of the Guan Yadong here were goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and some orcs. Su Len was not that cold-blooded to let other humans become believers of the evil god. Plus, Northern Town City was severely underpopulated. He would not send people to their deaths. So, he planned to use goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as believers of the evil god. As for whether the evil god had any objections, it was not within Sullen's consideration. The evil god would not care so much as long as there were believers providing him with faith power. There were a lot of kobolds and gnomes in northern Battlefront City. There were around 50 to 60,000 of them. Selecting a few hundred of them to become believers of the evil god and provide energy for the evil god was a piece of cake. It could be done easily. Suluan selected some kobolds and goblins, a total of 500 people. Then he locked these goblins and kobolds together with the evil god statue. According to the evil god statue's ability, these people would be influenced by it in a few days and finally become believers of the evil god, providing the evil god with the power of faith. Chapter 4:12. Establish a Cthulhu church. Sulen wasn't familiar with this business. What should he do? It wouldn't be easy to make those kobolds, gnomes, or gnolls become believers of the heartless Cthulhu god. In this world, he hadn't joined a church and believed in the gods, so he didn't know much about the gods' method of recruiting believers. Now that he was recruiting believers for the Cthulhu god, he didn't know where to start. Cthulhu Church, isn't that a cult? Sulen clapped his hands and immediately thought of something. Cults existed in his previous life too. Back then, there was a huge scandal. There was also a similar type of pyramid scheme. These cults and pyramid schemes were simply brainwashing. Sulen found 500 gnomes and kobolds and chose one to be the priest of the Heartless Church. Then, he gave him the statue. Sulen didn't have to do anything. In a few days, he would become a believer of the Cthulhu god. My name is Hall, and I'm a kobold. At first, I lived in the wilderness with my companions. Every day, we were busy avoiding enemies and searching for food. Ever since I was born, I've never had a full day. Later, we heard that there was a lot of food near the river, so we came here to survive. As expected, after we came to the river, there was a lot of food growing in the soil. My companions and I felt full for the first time. The feeling of our stomachs being filled was wonderful. But when we were resting, a group of powerful humans rushed over and we became captives. My companions and I were brought to a tall and magnificent city. Every day, we would have to move rocks, dig fields, and do all kinds of work. Every day, we would be exhausted. Although I wasn't used to it at first, I soon felt that this kind of life was actually quite good. Because I didn't have to worry about being hungry every day, and I didn't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts when I slept at night. I felt that I was really lucky. I thought that I would live like this for the rest of my life, but the following changes changed my life. That day, my companions and I were brought to another place by humans. We didn't have any work, just rest. We didn't have to work, and we even had food. It was so blissful. Right, when I was eating, I found a statue on the side of the road. I don't know who left it there, but since I, Hall, found it, it's mine. On the second day after I picked up the statue, I woke up early in the morning and felt my mind clear up. Last night, I actually had a dream where I became the master of all the kobolds. Every day, all the kobolds would bring me the best food, and the most beautiful kobolds would be free for me to choose from. This feeling was amazing. But what was that mindlessness? Can he give me these things? On the third day, God. I was actually chosen by God. It was incredible. I was actually chosen by God as a believer. As long as I believed in him, I could get everything I wanted. What was there to consider? I was his believer. God says. How? Suluan looked at the kobold he had chosen. After becoming a believer of the evil god, he was clearly different from ordinary kobolds. The most obvious difference was that this kobold had become smarter, and he had even started to preach to other kobolds. However, it seemed that his preaching wasn't very effective. It seemed that he needed Su Luan's help. Su Lan hadn't been idle these days. He summarized all the cults and pyramid schemes in his previous life, as well as some ancient religions' methods of recruiting followers, and wrote a guide for preaching. The guide mainly talked about the methods of preaching, brainwashing. The simplest and most effective method of preaching, brainwashing, was pyramid schemes. Speaking of which, Su Lan had encountered one in his previous life. One of his cousins had been tricked into one. Other than eating and sleeping, all he did was go to class. He talked about success, hard work, and the future. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a pie in the sky. Su Lan planned to let the Kobold Hall do this. He went to find Hathaway first and told her his plan. Hathaway frowned and hesitated. "You're helping the evil god recruit followers. Have you thought about the consequences if you lose control? That evil god of the heartless, can he really come?" Su Lan pursed his lips. The evil god wasn't like the other gods. If others knew that he dared to come, a large group of legendary professionals and priests from various churches would rush over. Divinity was a rare resource. An evil god carried a lot of divinity. If he dared to come in person, he would be courting death. Even the gods would send their avatars to snatch it. Su Lan couldn't wait for the evil god to come in person. "Even if he doesn't come in person, he can still cause trouble," Hathaway said after hesitating for a while. Su Lan patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'm ready. There won't be any problems." "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Seeing that Su Lan insisted, Hathaway could only agree. "It's very simple. Don't you know suggestion and memory weaving? Give the kobold some knowledge for preaching and let him do what we want," Su Lan said with a smile. The effect of suggestion was similar to hypnotism. It could make people do things according to the spellcaster's requirements unknowingly. Of course, this didn't mean that this spell could be used to do whatever one wanted. Even if there was suggestion, it couldn't make people do things that were too unreasonable. However, after this spell was combined with memory weaving, it wasn't difficult to imbue a kobold with knowledge and memories unknowingly. Moreover, after the memory was imbued, the kobold would only think that he had received a gift from the gods. The gods had given him knowledge, and he wouldn't think that someone had done it on purpose. "Okay, let's do it tonight. I'll cast hypnotism on them later and weave their memories," Hathaway said. Soon, when it was dark, Hathaway and Su Lan went to the camp where the goblins and kobolds were. They cast hypnotism on the kobolds and goblins in the camp. Su Lan found the kobold named Hall, and Hathaway began to cast memory weaving on him. Memory weaving was a very difficult spell to perform. After all, the brain and soul were very delicate. If one wasn't careful, it was easy to turn them into idiots. Fortunately, Su Lan didn't want to impart much knowledge this time. After some effort, Hathaway successfully imbued the knowledge into Hall's memory. Under the effect of suggestion, when the kobold woke up the next day, he would think that he had received a divine revelation at night and that the gods had blessed him with this knowledge. As expected, early the next morning, the kobold Hall announced that he had received a divine revelation as soon as he woke up. He had become the messenger of the gods, and those who believed in him would receive the gods' blessings. Su Lan also asked the guards to cooperate with the kobold Hall and hand the food of the kobolds and goblins to Hall for distribution. With the authority to distribute the food, Hall easily made the kobolds and goblins obey him. Next, Hall began to preach. The mortal world is like a prison, and all living beings suffer. In the Void hometown, everyone is equal. There is a god descending from the heavens, Wuxin Patriarch. Followers of the Wuxin Patriarch, as long as you believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, you can eat your fill every day. You don't have to starve or be oppressed by others. You can also enjoy the offerings of others and enjoy the things that only humans can enjoy. Why are we oppressed and enslaved? Are we born like this? No, it's the oppression of others, but we can't resist. Only by believing in the Wuxin Patriarch, the gods will give us power and bring disaster to our enemies. Learning medicine can't save the kobolds and goblins. Only the Wuxin Patriarch can save us. Open your eyes and take a look, we have reached the most dangerous moment. If we don't believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, no one will care about our lives. Comrades. Friends. Fellow believers. Wake up, as long as we unite and believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, nothing in this world can stop us. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with what he said? Hathaway and Sulen stood not far away and looked at the kobolds and goblins in the camp who were surrounding the kobold in the middle with fanatical expressions. Sulen glanced at her and said, I think it's great. Look, those kobolds and goblins have now become believers of that evil god. That's not what I'm talking about. Hathaway glared at him. I know what you mean. Do you think these kobolds and goblins can succeed if they want to rebel? Sulen said with pursed lips. Judging from their fanaticism, they must have provided a lot of power of faith. In a few days, the evil god will begin to give back to the believers. Be careful, don't let those churches find out. Those churches will never tolerate the evil god. Be careful, they might come after you when the time comes. Hathaway said with pursed lips. Don't worry, everything has been arranged, Sulen said with a nod. That's good. By the way, how long do you think it will take for the evil god to come looking for you? Hathaway asked. I'm not sure about that either. Why don't we wait until it's about time and force him to descend? It's up to you, just remember to inform me when the time comes. Under normal circumstances, the evil god was very vengeful and would usually take revenge. Sulen had killed its church and its clone, and finally took away its divinity, which was a great humiliation for an evil god. After accumulating enough power, he could not wait to send his divine power incarnation to seek revenge on Suluan. You said you helped the evil god establish a church? He won't thank you. Chapter 4:13. The Heartless Church developed quickly. It only took a few days for the kobolds and goblins to become believers of the Heartless. Hal became the leader of these 500 kobolds and goblins, as well as the Pope of the Heartless Church. Hal even became a fanatic believer. Even the other kobolds and goblins had a few devout believers. Of course, most of the kobolds and goblins were shallow believers. However, with Sulen's brainwashing method, Hal only needed some time to cultivate a few devout believers among the 500 kobolds and goblins. Hundreds of devout believers and a few hundred ordinary believers provided a lot of faith power. Moreover, the evil god liked blood sacrifices. If these believers were sacrificed, the evil god would gain a lot of power. Sulen ordered people to keep a close eye on the kobolds and goblins. He didn't pay attention to them for now. With the church, the next step was to develop slowly. When the pigs were fattened up, they could be slaughtered. Right now, the pigs were at most a little piglet. Sulen had spent so much effort, how could he not make a profit? North Town City. This month's white sugar sales had begun again. The managers of more than 20 caravans were all present. Everyone was chatting and laughing in the hall. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in. After seeing this person, all the merchants immediately stood up and surrounded him. Manager Xian, you're here. Please take a seat. Manager Xian, this is the superior divine oil I brought from the Desert Kingdom. It can strengthen your body and cure all diseases. Manager Xian, the group of people fawned over him. Xian waved at them and went to the main seat in the room. He said, you're all old friends. There's no need for these things. Let's discuss the quota for this transaction. Yes. The merchants immediately quieted down and sat obediently in their seats. Xian glanced around. When he saw that everyone was present, he said, due to some technical reasons, the white sugar production this time has decreased compared to last month. Therefore, this month's quota has also decreased. Master Xian, how much did it decrease? We're all counting on the white sugar to make money. That's right, Master Xian. We've lost money this time. We're just waiting for the white sugar to recoup our losses. We can't decrease the quota. As soon as they heard that the amount of white sugar had been reduced, the merchants below instantly went into an uproar. For a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. Quiet! Quiet! Jean shouted loudly, but the merchants were all in a hurry and didn't pay attention to Jean's words. Seeing this situation, Jean frowned slightly and then shouted, "Whoever makes any more noise will be disqualified from purchasing this month. His share will be divided equally among the remaining people." As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. All the merchants seemed to have become mute. The whole scene was a little strange. "Let me finish." Jean glanced at everyone and continued, "This time, the production has decreased. Everyone's share has been reduced to 2/3. Hearing that a third of their share had been reduced, the merchants were in an uproar. However, as Jean's gaze swept over them, they immediately became well-behaved. "However, considering that you and our Beifeng Principality are old friends, we naturally won't ignore it." Xian smiled, "The Lord has given the order that we can take out some white sugar from our warehouse and sell it at the same price." Only then did the merchants breathe a sigh of relief. "However, the rest of the white sugar is not something you can buy as you wish." Jean's words caused the merchants who had just breathed a sigh of relief to worry again. "Don't worry, we don't intend to raise the price. However, there is a condition for buying the white sugar." "What condition?" The merchants didn't let down their guard. "It's very simple. If you want to buy the white sugar, you have to first buy another product." Jean took out a beautiful amethyst bottle and then slammed it on the table. "Perfume." "Perfume? What's that?" Hearing Jean's words, the merchants looked at the amethyst bottle with some confusion. "This is a new product that we have developed. It's very popular with women." Jean picked up the perfume bottle and opened it. A pleasant floral fragrance filled the air. "This is flower dew?" one of the merchants asked. "This is perfume. The effect is higher than flower dew. The fragrance is stronger and lasts longer," Jean said with a smile. "Then, Sir Jean, how much is this perfume? And how much is the share of white sugar after buying the perfume?" another merchant asked. "The price of a bottle of perfume is 50 kinnar. You can buy half a kilogram of white sugar." "Sir Jean, this price is a little high. 50 kinnar. It's much more expensive than flower dew. One bottle can only buy half a kilogram. That's too little." "Hee, this is the Lord's decision. I have no right to change it. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. We can't force you to buy it. We, the Northern Town City, are honest merchants. We definitely won't force you to buy or sell," Jean said righteously. When the merchants heard Jean's words, they were speechless. What was that saying again? I've never seen such a shameless person before. This time, there are only 2,000 bottles of perfume, so there's only 2,000 kilograms of white sugar. Buy it if you've made up your mind. "Sir Jean, I want to buy 200 bottles of perfume and 200 kilograms of white sugar. I want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar. I also want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar." After hearing that there were 2,000 kilograms of white sugar, these people didn't delay any longer. They all shouted that they wanted to buy it. The 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out. After completing the transaction, Jean excitedly went to report to Sulen. After hearing that the 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out, Sulen was also very happy. He ordered the factory to start production. Sulen was very confident in the perfume. When the next time came, these people would probably rush to buy it. The construction of the new city had begun. Currently, there were more than 3,000 people living nearby. When the construction of the new city began, some merchants came here to establish a foothold. When Sulen arrived, the entire construction site was in full swing. It was a scene of prosperity. The scale of the new city was directly built to accommodate 50,000 people. Now that the northern town city had enough manpower, they didn't have to build it step by step like before. They could complete it in one go. The new city was built according to the blueprint. The first things to be built were the residential buildings and the city walls. These two buildings would be completed before winter. The construction of the entire city was quite boring. This time, for the construction of the new city, all kinds of materials were prepared. There were a lot of bricks. After this period of development, the brick factory in the northern town city had expanded again. The production had more than doubled. With bricks, the amount of work could be reduced. At least, they didn't have to use soil to build. If this work was done by an ordinary lord, except for the city lord's mansion, the other places would probably use soil. This way, the construction time would be greatly increased. Very few people would use a lot of bricks to build the city walls. As for ordinary houses, they were directly built with soil and wood. Only the rich merchants and nobles would use bricks. Most of the city walls were wrapped with a layer of bricks on the outside and rammed earth on the inside. The strength of this kind of city wall was lower than bricks. However, if the rammed earth city wall was strictly made according to the rules, the city wall's hardness wouldn't be bad. However, very few nobles would do so. Sulen naturally wouldn't skimp on the work. The construction of the city had strict standards. Only a rich person like him would use a lot of bricks. Sulen even planned to use mud to stone to fuse all the bricks into a whole city after these city walls were built. In the royal city of Florence. Since King Henry was seriously ill, the atmosphere in the city had become more and more strange and tense. The most likely to obtain the throne were the eldest prince and the second prince. The two of them controlled nearly 80% of the entire city's forces, and the rest was controlled by various nobles. Less than 10% of the army was controlled by the third prince. At this time, the third prince, Daniel, was listening to his subordinate's report with a gloomy face. You mean His Majesty has been in a coma for 2 days? Yes, the eldest prince and the second prince's men have surrounded the palace and don't allow anyone to get close. We also got some information from several nobles. Go and call the Shadow Walker. The third prince, Daniel, clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk, leaving a deep dent on the hard desk. He hadn't seen the king for more than a month. The eldest prince and the second prince cooperated very tacitly and blocked all the other princes except for them. Daniel knew that they had even made a private decision to imprison or put the others under house arrest before making a move. This was to prevent others from picking the fruits of their labor while the two of them were fighting until the victor was decided. Just outside his mansion, there was always someone watching him. Sir! A figure shrouded in darkness appeared in the room. Immediately spread the news that the eldest prince has the support of the wizards. I must let my good second brother know. This way, he will be scared and panic, and it is very likely that he will act first at all costs. As long as they start a war, no matter who wins or loses, they will suffer heavy losses. This is my chance. They already control more than 70% of the power in the city. If we let them continue, we won't even have a chance to survive. Get people ready. Once one side becomes weak, help the other side and weaken their strength as much as possible. My father doesn't have much time left. Only I am qualified to inherit that position. Chapter 4:14. Hurry up, don't think of slacking off. You bunch of lazy bums, you should be grateful. If it wasn't for the great North Wind Duchy, you would have starved to death in the wilderness. A kobold shouted at the other kobolds and goblins with a whip in his hand. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't slack off, or I'll cancel your food for today. Also, the kobolds in your group will have their food reduced by half. Hurry up, this section of the wall must be completed before dinner, or else you won't have any food left. The kobolds who were being reprimanded sped up their work when they heard that they wouldn't have any food to eat. Even the kobold who had slacked off earlier did the same. If he completed the task today, he would at least get some leftovers. If he didn't, he would probably be beaten to death by the kobolds in his group. This was not impossible. One had to know that it was normal for 1 or 2 kobolds to die in the wilderness. But face, don't be so harsh. As long as they can complete 80% of the work, they'll be allowed to eat, a human supervisor beside him said with a smile. You're right, Lord Boar. You're too kind. Your glorious image is a role model for us to follow. No matter how hard we lowly kobolds work, we can't compare to you. But face immediately turned into a bootlicker. His flattery made people blush. If you ask me, we should be stricter towards these kobolds. Otherwise, they won't know how hard it is for them to work. If it wasn't for our North Wind Duchy, these kobolds would have frozen to death when winter came. The North Wind Duchy saved them. I'm guiding them to repay the debt of gratitude. Sulen stood on a high ground and naturally noticed the situation not far away. The practice of using kobolds and goblins as supervisors was from the experience gained during the construction of the North Town. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were very capable. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were more demanding. The construction progress was usually 15% to 20% faster. Of course, there was another advantage. This practice placed the humans in the position of arbitrators. The ones oppressing the kobolds and goblins were their own supervisors and had nothing to do with the humans. If the supervisors were too oppressive, the humans could remove the supervisor and slightly improve the treatment of the kobolds and goblins. Then, they would continue to be oppressed and exploited. From the North Town to now, the humans were very familiar with this process. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! A young man dressed as a messenger shouted and rushed to the construction site. Stop! Just when he was 10 meters away from Suluan, 2 soldiers of the formation breaker stopped him. I have urgent news for you, Your Excellency. After the messengers of the messenger was, the messenger's messenger, and the seal and the wax on it was undamaged. Only then did the messengers of Suvs pass. Of Suvs the messenger. Of the seal and wax of Teet. Est of T. Teet, ask. Got it. Sulen turned and left the construction site with his men. He left a few people to pack up. The others followed Sulen back to the North Town. The letter didn't say too much. It only told Sulen that something had happened in the Florentine S, and asked him to go back as soon as possible. Although the letter didn't explain exactly what had happened, Sulen had some guesses in his heart. The King of Florence was not young. When Sulen was still in the south, he had heard that the king's health was not very good. Now that he was told that something had happened in this, wasn't the reason obvious? Could it be that the king knew he was about to pass away, and for the sake of a smooth transition of power, he deliberately asked Sulen to support him? Sulen pondered in his heart as he rode to the North Town. It was already afternoon when he arrived at the North Town. Sulen rushed all the way back. After entering the city, he went straight to the palace without delay. Phyllis had been waiting anxiously in the palace for a long time. When she saw Sulen coming back, she immediately threw herself into Sulen's arms. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Sulen, my father is seriously ill and in a coma. Phyllis, don't worry too much. There are several bishops and pastors in the capital. They will help. Sulen comforted Phyllis as he patted her on the back. In fact, even Suluan himself didn't believe it. Although priests could heal injuries, they didn't have a good way to deal with birth, old age, illness, and death. King Henry's life should be coming to an end, and magic would basically be useless unless the gods intervened. Or rare treasures such as the Fountain of Youth or the Fountain of Life appeared. Otherwise, he could only die bit by bit. Sulen, I want to go back and see my father and mother. Can you come with me? Phyllis raised her head and said with tears in her eyes. It's okay. I'm here. We will go to the capital as soon as possible. Sulen reached out and wiped away Phyllis's tears. Okay, thank you. Because they needed to go to the capital as soon as possible, Sulen and Phyllis didn't bring too many people. There were barbarian guards, spear guards, and human and half-elf archers. There were a total of 200 people. This time, only Sulen and Phyllis went with them. Hathaway and Chris stayed in the north town to take care of all kinds of things. Originally, Sulen planned to use the teleportation circle to go directly. However, he didn't have the coordinates of the capital of Florence. If he used the teleportation circle forcefully, there would be a big error. Therefore, he had to bring many guards with him on horseback. It would take less than 20 days to go from the north town to the capital of Florence. They didn't bring much supplies, and each of them rode 2 horses. Of course, they were fast. It took Phyllis more than a month to go from the capital to the north town. Of course, if Sulen and Phyllis rode the Pegasus directly, it would probably take them 1 or 2 days to get there. After arranging things in the North Wind Duchy, Sulen set off with Phyllis. The 200 soldiers followed them and left the north town. It wasn't difficult for Sulen and the soldiers in the north town to travel by force. With their physical fitness, they could still endure it. Sulen was a little worried about Phyllis. Perhaps it was because she had awakened the bloodline of the Red Dragon. Although the journey was very tiring, she still persevered. Just as Sulen and the others were moving toward the capital of Florence, Marquis Savoy, who was far away in Calt, also received the news that King Henry was seriously ill. He knew more than Sulen. As someone who also had the right to inherit the kingdom and wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family, Marquis Savoy paid more attention to the capital than anything else. Not only did he know that King Henry was seriously ill, but he also knew that the 2 princes were rubbing their hands together and preparing to kill each other. Henry is finally going to die. God is blessing the Savoy family. Marquis Savoy happily walked back and forth in the study. His excitement was indescribable. He took a few steps to the wine cabinet next to him, took down a bottle of precious Helen wine, and poured himself a glass. The bright red wine emitted a rich wine aroma. Savoy smelled it a little intoxicated. He then took a sip and lay down comfortably on the sofa next to him. This old fox must be regretting it to death. Savoy chuckled. You were able to get Duke Northwind to support you last time. What can you do now that your 2 sons are fighting each other? When both sides are injured, it will be the time for the Savoy family to rise. I really have to thank Duke Northwind. His potion made me a dozen years younger and made me a legend. Chaos, chaos. I will clean up the mess when the time comes. That will be the day when the Savoy family replaces the Henry family as the new royal family of the kingdom. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Marquis Savoy's reverie. Come in, Marquis Savoy said in a good mood. Father, the army has gathered and is on standby, Vader said respectfully. You've done well. This is the best opportunity for the House of Savoy. Once we move into the capital and replace the Henry family, you will be the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. The Marquis of Savoy said excitedly. Vader was also very excited when he heard his father's words. With his father's words, he didn't have to worry about his brothers fighting for the throne. However, he couldn't let his guard down. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to send his brothers away. Only then would he be absolutely safe. However, Vader didn't realize that his father, Marquis Savoy, had successfully become a legendary warrior. According to the lifespan of a legendary master, although a warrior's lifespan wasn't as long as a spellcaster's, it was still 200 years. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed, he could sit on the throne for 150 years. As the heir of the Marquis of Savoy, Vader could only wait patiently for 150 years. No, he couldn't wait that long. Vader was just a warrior. He might not even be able to endure 50 years, let alone 150 years. How could there be a crown prince who could live for 150 years? In a world of 150 years, Vader's grandson's grandson would be 40 years old by then, and Vader would only be a pile of bones. In his excitement, Vader didn't realize that even if the Savoy family replaced the Henry family as the royal family, he would never be able to become king. Chapter 4:15. Father, what do you plan to do with the Duke of Northwind? Vader asked softly. When I attended the founding ceremony of the Northwind Duchy, the Duke of Northwind was not only a legendary knight, but he also had a legendary witch as his partner. No one could ignore a powerful legendary wizard, not to mention that Hathaway had a wizard tower. Sulan did not deliberately hide information about Hathaway, so after the founding of the Northwind Duchy, information about Hathaway had already spread. She was a legendary wizard, and a witch at that. There weren't many wizards in the first place, and even fewer legendary witches. Many wizards believed that the children of wizards and wizards had a higher chance of becoming a wizard. Although there was no direct evidence for this, if the parents were wizards, the chances of the children having the potential to become a wizard were very high. Among the wizards, the number of witches had always been lower than the number of wizards. Therefore, the requirements for a witch to choose a spouse were relatively high. Moreover, a legendary witch's lifespan was relatively long, far longer than any close combat profession. Therefore, a legendary witch's requirements for choosing a spouse were even higher. Those who were not strong enough would not even be considered. There was a very real problem. When she was still in her prime, her spouse would become old. This was a situation that not many people would accept. As a legendary warrior, Sulan was able to have a legendary witch as his partner. This was very rare in the entire continent. The Duke of Northwind's rise is too fast. Savoy shook his head helplessly. He originally thought that he had the confidence to become the new ruler of the Kingdom of Florence after becoming a legendary, but now it seemed that he still needed the support of the Duke of Northwind. How much do you know about the Duke of Northwind's preferences? Father, according to the information I've gathered, the Duke of Northwind likes beautiful women. His duchesses are all great beauties. Vader said. Apart from that, the Marquis also has a great need for people. Ever since he opened up his territory, he has never stopped migrating. I think if we help him migrate, the Marquis will definitely be moved. With my sister Sandy, even if we can't pull the Duke of Northwind to our side, we can at least keep him neutral. That's a good idea. Marquis Savoy nodded. Then let's do it according to your plan. We can help him immigrate 100,000 people. 100,000 people is nothing compared to the total population of the Kingdom of Florence, especially in the south. Many nobles have a lot of refugees in their territories. These refugees are unstable factors. When we send them all to the North Wind Kingdom, those nobles will definitely welcome us to help them solve the hidden dangers in their territories. Yes, Father. Vader nodded. In a magnificent mansion in the royal city of Florence. What did you say? A man in luxurious clothes with a cold face listened to his subordinate's report. You're saying my brother has the support of a high-grade magus? How was this possible? Aren't wizards supposed to be neutral? Didn't they not participate in the change of royal authority in the secular world? Why would he support my brother? Could it be that they've changed? Damn it! What benefits did my brother promise those adepts to make them make an exception and support him? I knew it. I shouldn't have reached a tacit agreement with him. I had to seize the opportunity to finish him off from the very beginning. No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to make a move in advance. This good brother of mine is really scheming. He used a set of words to temporarily stabilize me, and let me wait for Father to return to the kingdom of heaven. When that time comes, he can directly ascend to the throne with the support of the Magi. He can sit on the throne without spending a single soldier, and I can only be like a stray dog, chased back to my territory. Immediately send someone to contact the Duke of Northwind. I have to get his support. Otherwise, I have no chance at all. Doesn't he want to migrate? When I ascend to the throne, I'll give him 100,000 migrants. Oh right, there's also my mother and sister. I heard that my sister is very favored by the Duke of Northwind. I can ask her for help. And my mother, Phyllis, listens to her mother the most. I can ask her for help. Immediately send someone to prepare a carriage. I want to go to the palace to see my mother. Hearing his words, a middle-aged man beside him slowly said, Your Highness, it's not that we don't have a chance now. As you said, the eldest prince still doesn't know that we already know that he has the support of the Magus. The eldest prince should still be waiting for His Majesty to return to the kingdom of heaven before making a move. We can make a move before that and catch him off guard. As long as the plan is good, there's still a chance to kill the eldest prince. As long as we succeed in killing the eldest prince, the throne will naturally be yours, Your Highness. Of course, you still have to contact the Duke of Northwind. As long as the Duke of Northwind recognizes you after you ascend to the throne, then it can be said that there's no chance of failure. Let's go and prepare first. I'll go to the palace to see my mother and ask her for help. Now that my brother has the support of the Magus, there's no chance of a direct confrontation. I can't let go of this chance. Sulan didn't know that he was now in high demand, and several families wanted his support. He was now rushing towards the kingdom of Florence with a group of people. The road from the northern city to the Blackstone fortress was very normal. Although there were no roads, there were still many bandits and monsters in the wilderness. However, as soon as they saw the flag of the northern city and the 200 soldiers, they quickly ran away. They were afraid that they would be killed by the soldiers of the northern city. The journey, which was more than half a month long, was very boring. Sulan had no choice but to focus on learning spells. Then, he would camp at night and explore the origin of life with Phyllis. Since he still had to hurry, he would only try it once every time, just in case Phyllis couldn't make it the next day. Now that he had the abilities of erudite and encyclopedic knowledge, his learning speed was very fast. He was now supplementing all kinds of wizard knowledge. After continuous learning, his knowledge was no worse than that of the orthodox wizards who had been learning wizard knowledge since young. Sulan's wizard ability had been steadily improving. Now, his spellcasting ability had reached the level of an advanced wizard. The only problem was that he needed to master the spell models bit by bit. Of course, he could also use skill points, but it was not easy to get them now. He planned to save them for when he encountered a particularly difficult spell. On the way to the kingdom of Florence, Sulan rarely entered the city. Other than resupplying some food and other supplies, most of the time, he just directly camped outside the city. This led to a problem. Whether it was the second prince or the Marquis of Savoy, the messengers they sent did not meet Sulan. The road conditions in this era were very bad. Many of the wilderness had no roads at all. Sulan just followed the directions of the strategic map and took shortcuts most of the time. Therefore, he inadvertently missed the messengers. Dusk fell. The mansion of the second prince was brightly lit. Teams of fully armed soldiers were patrolling. The servants who came and went looked nervous because the second prince accidentally killed a maid in a rage today. The dead maid was dragged to the garden and buried, but the oppressive atmosphere still shrouded the luxurious mansion. In the dark corner near the garden, soldiers with bows and arrows were lurking. Since yesterday, the entire mansion was shrouded in the atmosphere of a storm. The second prince did not go out for an entire day, but he constantly sent out servants to gather information. In the study room, the second prince's face was gloomy under the dim candlelight. He looked to the side and said in a hoarse voice, "Still no news from the Duke of Northwind?" "Yes, Your Highness." A young knight with a tall and straight figure replied. 2 days. Ever since he learned that his brother had the support of wizards, he became very nervous. As time went by, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Although his mother promised to help him persuade his sister, she only agreed to let the Duke of Northwind remain neutral. This was not what he wanted. Now, many nobles were gradually leaning towards his brother, which was a dangerous sign for him. If he waited any longer, the power gap between him and his brother would become bigger and bigger. The second prince, Sean, closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to be resting, but his hands were beating rhythmically on the table. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. I can't wait any longer. I have to start. Sean finally made up his mind. Tell Lucian to start the plan immediately. Yes, Your Highness. The young knight immediately turned around and left the room to pass on the order. Soon, the troops that had been prepared began to move slowly. Several figures moved and directly blended into the darkness. Night fell. Only the noble district in the city had some light. The brightest light was in the palace, followed by the eldest prince's mansion. At this time, the eldest prince was happily listening to the report of his men. You said my good brother went to see my mother. What did he say to my mother? Your Highness, the second prince went to the queen to ask Her Highness to help him. He wanted Princess Phyllis to persuade the Duke of Northwind to support him, a man who was dressed like a chamberlain said. What did my mother say? The eldest prince frowned. Her Highness did not agree. She only said that she would persuade the Duke of Northwind to remain neutral. As long as he remains neutral. Ha, my good brother is so calculating. Unfortunately, you will lose this time. At this time, the house suddenly shook violently. The guards and attendants outside screamed. Earthquake? The eldest prince's face changed. Without saying anything, he directly jumped out of the window on the second floor. The house was still shaking violently, but the range was limited to the main house. As soon as he landed, he felt that something was wrong. The ground did not shake at all. Chapter 4:16. Something's not right. The moment Cecil landed on the ground, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding houses did not shake at all. Only the house he was in had collapsed. With a dull thud, the house in front of him collapsed into a pile of rubble. In the darkness, a pair of eyes locked onto Cecil's figure. Before the surrounding guards could rush over, a cold sword light suddenly flashed in the darkness. Backstab. A cold light flashed and instantly pierced towards Cecil's back. The sharp blade flashed with a cold blue light in the dark night. With a single glance, one could tell that it was smeared with poison. Just as the blade was about to pierce Cecil, there was a flash of light. Immediately after, the surroundings became extremely cold. It was as if the temperature of the air had dropped by more than 10 degrees. A shield of ice suddenly appeared around Cecil's body. Clang! With a light sound, ice shards flew everywhere. The cold air quickly spread along the blade, and in an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the arm holding the dagger. Cecil, who was preparing to continue his attack, stiffened slightly. Ice shield. Cecil's figure flashed, and he immediately put some distance between them. In that moment of crisis, with his reaction speed, he was unable to dodge in time. Fortunately, he had a magical item on him for protection. At the critical moment, he summoned 3 ice shields to protect his body. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have at least suffered a layer of skin. Assassin! Protect His Highness! Assassin! A series of alarmed cries sounded, and the surrounding guards quickly rushed over. Quick, kill him! The assassin did not give up. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. A few cloaked figures rushed forward, cold light flashing from their blades as they slashed towards Cecil's body. Cleave! Revolving strike! Cecil's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword to meet them. At this moment, fleeing would only lead to a faster death. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Under the attacks of these people, Cecil was continuously forced back. Fortunately, the 3 ice shields around him continuously blocked the attacks, so he was not injured. Over here. Kill these assassins. From the collapse of the loft to the attack of the assassins, less than 2 minutes had passed. The surrounding guards rushed over one after another. When they saw the besieged His Highness, these guards did not hesitate at all. They brandished their weapons and rushed over. Go! When they saw the large number of guards rushing over, they knew that they had lost the chance to kill Cecil. They turned around and fled. You want to run? You dare to commit murder right under my nose? You're looking down on me. Mass slow. Arcane missile. 5" At this moment, a man in a sorcerer's robe let out a cold snort, and beams of spiritual light flashed one after another. A spiritual light quickly spread out in the darkness. The fleeing assassins only felt as if their bodies had sunk into a quagmire in an instant, their running speed greatly reduced. At the same time, a dozen arcane missiles flew towards them from the darkness. These arcane missiles emitted a faint magic light and were very fast. In just an instant, the arcane missiles hit these assassins. Although the arcane missile was not a high-level spell, its power was still very strong. The power of these arcane missiles was slightly inferior to the power of pistol bullets. The moment they hit the target, they broke the arm of one of the assassins. Following the attack of a dozen arcane missiles, several assassins wanted to dodge, but their bodies were shrouded by the slow spell. They could only watch as the arcane missiles hit them one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The arcane missiles hit them one after another, and their bodies were blown away like sandbags under the attack of the missile force field. The attack of the rogues was powerful, but the defense of their bodies was really mediocre. After being swept by many egg-sized arcane missiles, their bodies were fractured all over, and their internal organs were injured by these missiles. Before they could struggle to stand up, the guards had already rushed up and were about to kill these assassins. Keep them alive. A middle-aged man who looked like a general stopped the guards' actions. The guards stepped forward and restrained the assassins. Your Highness, the 3 assassins have been caught. What do you think we should do with them? The middle-aged man came to His Highness the Prince and asked. Cecil had regained his elegant demeanor and looked coldly at the 3 assassins. Take them to the dungeon and interrogate them. I want to know who the mastermind behind this is. Yes. The middle-aged general nodded and ordered the 3 assassins to be taken away. After seeing the others leave, Cecil walked to another room with a gloomy expression. Immediately send someone to investigate who was on guard duty tonight. They actually allowed those 3 assassins to sneak up on me. How did they get in? Yes, Your Highness. I'll arrange for someone to search right away. The attendant next to him said. Wait, what's my dear brother doing now? Cecil suddenly asked. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Omar has been keeping an eye on this matter. I don't know. Go and call Omar here. Yes. However, just as the attendant was about to leave, a guard hurried in. Your Highness, bad news. I've just received news that the barracks outside the city have just been attacked. Please support us. What? Cecil stood up instantly, and the chair behind him fell back with his movement. What is James doing? What is he doing? Didn't I tell him to be on guard? Cecil said angrily. What's the situation with the army now? Facing the angry His Highness the Crown Prince, the attendant's expression was slightly awkward. Sir James did not return to the barracks today. Did not return to the barracks? Where did he go? Cecil was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression became even angrier. Did he go to the women's brothel again? Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Find him immediately and let him return to lead the army. Cecil took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Following the assassination of the Crown Prince Cecil, the second Prince Sean launched his forces to launch an attack. For a moment, the forces that belonged to the Crown Prince were attacked. Even if they did not succeed in killing the Crown Prince, as long as the army in his hands was destroyed, it would be acceptable. Without the support of the army, even if he had the support of the wizards, he would not be able to sit on the throne. When that time came, it would be up to him. If his stupid brother could get the support of the wizards, there was no reason why he could not. In another corner of the royal city, the third Prince Daniel stood on the upper floor and quietly looked into the distance. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared behind him, and a soft and boneless arm wrapped around his neck like a snake. "My little cutie, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" A delicate face appeared on his shoulder. It was the Pleasure Devil. The Pleasure Devil stuck out her tongue and gently licked his earlobe. Then, she blew a breath. Daniel's body trembled slightly, and his breathing became more rapid. Forcibly diverting his attention, Daniel took a deep breath and said, "Control your strength. Let them fight until both sides are injured. Don't let either side gain the upper hand. Then, I will clean up the mess. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down?" The Pleasure Devil smiled slightly, and then rubbed her body against his. "It's so late. Little cutie, we should rest." As she spoke, she pulled Daniel into the room. Ever since the second prince launched his attack, the entire royal city had inevitably fallen into chaos. Although the second prince Sean had the upper hand in the beginning, and for a time, the Crown Prince's army was in a mess. Just as the second prince's army was about to completely wipe out the Crown Prince's army in one go, their camp suddenly caught fire. James, who had just climbed out of his bed, led a few hundred cavalrymen to attack the Crown Prince's army from behind. He even led his men to stab the Crown Prince's anus. Although they had just won the battle, the second prince's army was also very tired. Moreover, during the pursuit, the army had long lost its formation. After being attacked by hundreds of cavalrymen from behind, the army almost collapsed directly. The opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one go was gone. By the time they recovered, the Crown Prince's army had also recovered from the blow of defeat. At this point, the two sides could only fight force with force. When Su Luan took Phyllis and 200 troops of Beifeng Principality to Yunwu City, a battle had just ended around Yunwu City. What's going on? Why is there an army fighting in Royal City? Has the enemy already reached here? Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Len was a little puzzled. No, these people are the army of the Kingdom of Florence. After taking a closer look at the battlefield, Su Len was even more puzzled. Su Len asked people to catch two soldiers back and ask them. Finally, he figured out that the Crown Prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne. Before Su Len arrived, the two had been fighting for a while. Because of the war, the originally prosperous royal city had become dilapidated. There were scattered soldiers everywhere. It was obvious that the two sides could no longer control the development of the situation. Where is Cecil now? After understanding the situation, Phyllis asked with a gloomy face. I don't know. I heard that he was killed by the second prince. A soldier said. What? Phyllis's face changed. What about Sean? He's there. I don't know. The two soldiers shook their heads. What about my father? How is His Majesty? I don't know. Don't worry about them. Let's go into the city first and restore order in the city. Su Len looked at the chaotic city in front of him and frowned. Okay. Let's go into the city first. I'll go to the palace to see my father. Phyllis had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone, get ready for battle. At Sullen's order, the army of Beifeng Duchy immediately quieted down. A murderous aura spread from the army of only 200 people. Chapter 4:17. Sir, are we really going to attack? A formation breaker guard stood beside Su Len and asked. Attack. If they resist, kill all those who resist. Su Len said coldly. Yes. The formation breaker guard immediately turned around and began to reorganize his army. Although Su Len only brought 200 people this time, he was still confident that he could flatten all the troops here. The average strength of the troops he brought this time was at the 3rd grade. It could be said that no other country's army would be so extravagant. In the armies of other countries, 3rd grade professionals were usually middle to high-level generals. The Northern Citadel already had a powerful army with an average of 3rd grade professionals. These people were all elites who had followed him all the way through countless battles, big and small. Against the army of Florence, it could be said that they were completely flattened. The gate of the Northern Citadel was right in front of them. The army of the Northern Wind Principality was all riding horses. They were very fast and only took a few minutes to push near the gate. The sudden approach of the army made the defenders of the city panic. At this time, 2 barbarian warriors quickly rushed toward the gate. The 2 barbarians ran while roaring at the sky. At this time, something happened that shocked the defenders. The 2 barbarians' originally tall and strong bodies were like balloons. They swelled up again and turned into 2 small giants in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 2 barbarians turn into giants, the defenders' faces changed greatly. They immediately wanted to attack, but it was too late. The 2 barbarians rushed to the gate in a few steps and then jumped up from the left and right. The giant axes in their hands instantly cut off the chains of the drawbridge. Boom! The heavy drawbridge fell with a loud bang. The 2 barbarians didn't stop at all. They waved their giant axes and rushed toward the gate. Rumble! There was a violent collision sound. Accompanied by the violent shaking of the gate, a large amount of sand and stone fell from the top of the gate. After the barbarians activated God's descent, their strength had increased to around 40 points. Combined with their size and berserk, they were simply 2 demolition machines. The 2 barbarians hammered at the city gate, and the city walls of Florence couldn't withstand a few hits. With a loud bang, the heavy gate was violently smashed open by the 2 barbarians. Seeing the city gate open, the soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind immediately began to charge. Occupy the city gate. Su Len took the lead and rushed into the city. The soldiers guarding the city were scared out of their wits when they saw the 2 barbarians easily smash the city gate open. They turned around and fled into the city. The city gate was easily occupied by Su Len. Sullen's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there were no other troops around, he ordered, after entering the city, do not kill prisoners, do not attack civilians, do not rob property, do not rape women. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Cain! Your subordinate is here. A guard of the capture barracks stepped forward and responded. Lead a group of men to protect Phyllis and follow her instructions to the palace. Understood. Hansen! Your subordinate is here. Take some men and set up a defensive line here. Guard the city gate. Yes, sir. The rest of you, follow me into the city. As the order was given, the army of the Northern Citadel immediately set off. The royal city of Florence had fallen into chaos at this time. The continuous days of war had turned the outer city into a mess. There were defeated soldiers everywhere. After these defeated soldiers lost control, they burned, killed, and looted. The entire city was out of control. Seeing this situation, Su Len did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered an attack. How could these scattered soldiers be a match for the army of the Duchy of North Wind? They were killed as soon as they came into contact. The rest of the soldiers were so scared that they turned around and fled. However, how could those with 2 legs outrun those with 4 legs? The soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind chased after these scattered soldiers and killed them. Then, Su Len pushed forward and killed all the scattered soldiers in his path. In less than an hour, Su Len had taken control of a quarter of the city. Just as Su Len was clearing out the rebels in the city, the nobles finally reacted. Soon, an army of nobles' private guards was assembled. After this army was assembled, they came to the outer city. Who are you? A noble who was mostly a knight shouted loudly. My lord is the master of the Duchy of North Wind, Duke Sulen of North Wind. A barbarian next to him answered under Sulen's signal. After hearing the barbarian's voice, there was a slight commotion in the army opposite. Sulen's name was very famous in the kingdom of Florence. Where are Cecil and Sean? Let them out. Sulen stepped forward and shouted loudly. I'm sorry, Sir Sulen. My 2 brothers have died in the previous battle. A young noble walked out and said. I'm Daniel, the 3rd son of His Majesty the King. Not long ago, my 2 brothers fought for the right to inherit the throne. In the end, both of them died in battle. We were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. We didn't expect the Duke to come. On behalf of the nobles of Florence, I welcome your arrival. Sulen looked at the young noble in front of him. The other party was handsome, only slightly inferior to himself. He had a strong body, wore a gorgeous silk robe, and had a long sword at his waist. There was a faint evil aura around him. The aura was similar to the little succubus Chris's, but there was a big difference. However, Sulen could be sure that the aura came from the lower planes. Things did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. Even if Prince Daniel was not a fallen one, he had a deep connection with the lower planes. Things were getting interesting. 2 powerful elder brothers fought for the throne and fought to the death. In the end, when the victor was about to be decided, they were both killed by the 3rd brother. If Sulen hadn't come so quickly, maybe the 3rd prince would have been enthroned as the new king of Florence. Sir Sulen, you must be here to observe the ceremony. I would like to ask you to restrain the soldiers. This matter is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. As the Duke of the Duchy of North Wind, I would like to ask you to leave for a while, Daniel said to Sulen. Internal affairs? My wife is the daughter of the King of Florence, the Princess of the Kingdom of Florence. Naturally, she is qualified to participate in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. Sulen smiled slightly, and said, Moreover, I feel that a fallen one like you should stay away from here. Fallen one? What's going on? The surrounding nobles were discussing. Daniel's face changed, and he immediately scolded, Nonsense. I am now the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. You are slandering me, blatant slandering. You know best whether it is true or not. Sulen sneered, and said, You were the one who started the war between Cecil and Sean, right? Demons preferred simple and crude places, and rarely used schemes and tricks. Now that the palace had become like this, Sulen immediately thought of the devils, who were also creatures of the lower planes. Compared to the simple and crude demons, the devils preferred to play with schemes and tricks. They liked to completely destroy the hopes of those people when they were about to succeed, and then pluck the souls that had been tempered like ripe fruits. Everything in front of him was probably the devil's masterpiece. Scout the camp. A spiritual light shot out from Sulen's body, and instantly hit Daniel, who was not far away. The next second, a blood-red spiritual light suddenly rose from Daniel's body. When the surrounding nobles saw it, their faces changed greatly, and they all stepped back. In the blink of an eye, there was a large empty space around Daniel. These nobles naturally knew what that red aura represented. Although many nobles used detection spells to test the aura and found that it was biased towards evil, judging from the situation just now, such a dazzling red aura was very likely to be a fallen one. Fallen ones were the people who had signed a contract with creatures of the lower planes, such as demons, devils, and other monsters, and obtained their power. Every time a fallen one appeared, it would cause very serious consequences. Now, the first heir of the Florentine royal family was actually a fallen one. If this spread out, it would definitely be a big scandal. I didn't expect to be discovered. At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly appeared, and entered everyone's ears. I originally planned to harvest slowly, but now it seems that I have to speed up. You sneaky bastard. Now that I'm here, do you really think you'll succeed? Sulen laughed coldly. With a flip of his hand, a glazed palace lantern appeared. Break invisibility. A spiritual light flashed from the glazed glass palace lantern. As the spiritual light swept past, a figure that stood out from the rest suddenly appeared among the nobles. She had a tall and slim figure and a curvaceous body. She had long, black hair and an enchanting face. She gave off an incredibly seductive aura. This was the pleasure demon from Bator Hell. How dare you show off your insignificant skill before an expert? Sulan put away the sky lantern and rushed toward the pleasure demon in a flash. Dimensional anchor. As Sulan raised his hand, a spiritual light shot out. In an instant, the surrounding space was separated by a spell, directly sealing the teleportation spell in this area. No one could use teleportation or blink skills. Forbidden magic field. Then, an invisible energy field instantly appeared in Sullen's hand, and directly turned the area around the pleasure demon into a dead magic field, directly crippling the pleasure demon's magic ability. Lightning spear. Dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, a lightning spear was formed in Sullen's hand. This lightning spear contained great power, and he directly threw it at the pleasure demon. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.